Good morning, everyone. Ask you to take your seats. We're going to get started in a minute. All right, that worked quite well. Again, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Day 2 of AgCon. Again, want to thank K-State and their partnership. I think yesterday went really well, and we're here back with another great day, a little bit more than a half day. In addition to Senator Marshall, who I will shortly introduce, we have a few panels: New Frontiers of Data, a panel on voluntary carbon markets, a lunch keynote with President Jeff Schmidt from the Kansas City Fed, and then we are going to wrap up with a livestock panel from 1 to 2 o'clock today. I will say, though, to kick off the morning, we couldn't be more honored and pleased to have with us Senator Roger Marshall to join us, coming in from DC last night. As many of you know, Senator Marshall is a proud physician, veteran, devoted father, grandfather, and husband. As a fifth-generation farm kid and the son of a small-town police chief, Senator Marshall has a strong admiration for those who put their lives on the line to protect our communities and those who work day in and day out to feed, clothe, and fuel the world. As an OBGYN for 25 years, Dr. Marshall delivered more than 5,000 babies. He raised his 4 children alongside his wife, Lena, based on traditional Kansas values. And Senator Marshall continues to fight to protect Kansas values each and every day. As a member of the House Agriculture Committee, the Congressman Marshall helped author the 2018 Farm Bill, and he currently sits, as many of you know, on the Senate Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry Committee, as well as the Budget, Health, Education, Labor Committee, and Homeland Security Committees as well. I've had the pleasure of knowing Senator Marshall since 2021, when I was first nominated to be chair, and we had a meeting in his office, and I think we were feeling each other out for the first couple minutes, but in the end, I think we've developed a strong relationship. I know he's pleased that we're here, but we are lucky to be here in Kansas. Obviously, having a Kansas City office for us at the CFTC is a privilege. We care deeply about our staff here. They're a huge part of our commitment and our mission, and being able to come back here is a true honor for us at the CFTC. So without further ado, I want to welcome and introduce Senator Roger Marshall.
All righty. Well, good morning, everybody. That's worse than a Sunday morning church service as well. Well, Chairman Benham, thank you so much for the kind introduction. It is great to be back home. I want to start by welcoming our, not just the CFTC chairman, but all the commissioners are here as well. Where are my commissioners at? They're kind of spread through here. So I hope you all take a moment to shake their hands and tell them thanks for coming here as well. And as well as Chuck Marvin, who's in charge of the local office. Where's Chuck at? Right here in front as well. So Chuck, thank you for your leadership. A big shout out to all my friends from Kansas State University. It's always great to see more fighting Wildcats out here working in so many different ways as well, including a few folks here, Joe Parcell, Emily Garwood, and of course Dean Minton as well for all their efforts as well. You know, these Kansas State Extension agents are the most trusted voices out in the hinterland of Kansas. And I think that the CFTC teaming up with K-State is a great move on their part. I want to start with a quote from the 34th President of the United States, who happened to live about, probably 2-hour drive from here, maybe, 2.5-hour drive or so, President Eisenhower. Farming looks mighty easy when your plow's a pencil and you're 500 miles from the corn crop. Your farming looks mighty easy when your plow's a pencil and you're 500 miles from a cornfield. You know, my dad had similar sentiments. The chairman mentioned that I'm a 5th-generation farm kid. My dad would have been in the 4th. He ran a dairy. We spent our weekends, and when we were old enough, I think at 14, we spent our summers on the farm as well. And my brother loved farming. Me, not so much. I like sports and chemistry and math and those types of things. But my dad would see my brother trying to figure out how he's getting in the business, and my dad would tell him over and over again that farming is the biggest gamble there is in life. So as we sit here and think about this course, I think what we're trying to do is to educate people and how can we better manage the risk that's out there. In this world of farming and agriculture, I always talk about there's categories that fall under the uncertain, and there's categories that fall, and there's other issues that fall in the certainty issue. So there's lots of uncertain things, and there's very little certainty. The uncertainty things out there is, what's the price of diesel fuel going to be this summer? What's the price of fertilizer? Can we get our fertilizer? Can we use the pesticide we want to use, right? So, in inflation, to be frank, government regulations is becoming a huge, huge impediment for our ag producers. The overregulation, and this falls into that uncertain category. So all these cards seem to be stacked against the producers. Again, input costs are up. I don't need to tell the people in this room that input costs are up, that the markets are down, and the net farm income is the biggest drop we've seen in decades as well. So in this world of uncertainty, what the CFTC gives is even small farmers and ranchers some certainty. Another tool in the toolbox to help manage their risk. In fact, the CFTC plays a crucial role in the ag sector by ensuring fair, transparent, and I'm going to add timely is so important. Again, as I write my book on business, there'll be a chapter on certainty and there'll be a chapter on timing as well and being timely. But here's why it's important. Here's why it's important to farmers and ranchers, whether you're big or small. Number one is price discovery. Number one is price discovery. By overseeing commodity markets, the CFT helps ensure prices are determined through fair and competitive processes, providing farmers and ranchers in a timely manner with accurate information to make informed decisions. Next reason it's important, risk management. I don't think I need to convince anyone in this room that agriculture is inherently risky. By hedging their positions in these markets, producers can protect themselves against adverse price movements, ensuring a more stable income and minimizing financial losses. Next reason it's important, market integrity. The producers have to have confidence in the integrity of the market, that the price that they're seeing, the price that they're paying, the price they're selling, they're buying fertilizer, they're selling their crops or their cattle, they need to have confidence in the market. The CFTC has a charge. It's their legal duty to monitor and enforce regulations to prevent fraud, manipulation, and abusive practices in commodity markets. In my 7 years being on the Ag Committee, House, now Senate, overseeing the CFTC, to my knowledge, I've not had one complaint from an Kansas ag producer saying that they thought there was fraud or manipulation in the market. We certainly see some volatility in the market, but I feel like the CFTC has successfully done their job. This oversight helps maintain market integrity, instilling confidence among market participants, including farmers and ranchers, that transactions are conducted fairly and transparently. The last reason the CFTC, I think, is critically important to producers is access to capital. I've had some experience working on a community bank. Think about the average farmer in Kansas, the average producer. They'll have $1 million operation loan every year. That's to buy their fertilizer, to buy the seed, those types of things. To go to our community bank and to ask for that loan, number one is, I don't know of any bank that doesn't require crop insurance, which is why a farm bill is so important. And then additionally, we have the Title I programs from the Farm Bill, the ARC and PLC programs. That's the second risk management tool. But my question is, would you indeed be able to access more capital if you were better utilizing the CFTC in futures? I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is it's going to help that farmer and rancher have more access to capital. And it's not lost on me that interest rates are probably the biggest challenge that producers are seeing today. The CFTC is icing on the cake. It's a really good thing, but if we don't have lower interest rates, it's killing my farmers and producers. That $1 million operational loan that farmers and ranchers have on average. It was 2%. Now they're spending 8%. And you think about, you do the math there on $1 million loan. That's going from 2 to 8, a $60,000 difference in interest alone. And that was the profit on the family farm. And that's all gone now. Overall, the CFTC plays a vital role in ensuring the stability, integrity, and efficiency of commodity markets, which directly impacts the livelihood of farmers and ranchers. By providing a level playing field, facilitating risk management, and safeguarding against market abuses, the CFTC supports the ag industry in fulfilling its central role in feeding America and much of the world. Again, this country takes for granted that food security is national security, and we're so blessed to be able to feed ourselves. As I travel abroad representing you all, I truly start to understand exactly how important food security is. And by the way, Americans are paying a fraction of what other countries, developed countries, are paying for food as well. And that allows us to have some money left for other things like education. Risk management is more important now than ever, but still less than 30% of our producers in Kansas are using CFTC tools. And the question is why? I think we've identified that it's because, number one, the complexity, and number two, the lack of confidence. So the purpose of this spending some time here is education. How do you solve complexity and confidence? I think tool number one is education. We appreciate the leaders in this room that will go back and utilize these tools even more. We need to take it to the next level. We need to make sure that our community bank loan officers, the farm credit officers, that they all understand the CFTC even better. We talked this morning about taking it out to the next level. Let's bring the CFTC folks to some of our local co-op meetings and start educating more and more people as well. I'll close with this, and we're going to open up for questions. This is a quote from John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy. "The farmer is the only man in our economy who buys everything at retail, sells everything at wholesale, and pays the freight both ways." So those are the challenges in ag today. So we're going to do some questions and answers with the chairman. And we got a microphone for people to, or are they just going to stand up and yell? We getting a microphone?
Thanks, Senator.
You bet.
So we do have a mic. We'll get it right, but we also do have the QR code, which we used yesterday. So if folks have questions, please submit them through the QR code, and then just raise your hand if you have a question, if you want to just shout or get a mic. I would say, not seeing any, because we do want to let the audience really steer this conversation. I'll start. Obviously, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Coming out to Kansas for the CFTC is hugely important. Gives us an opportunity to get away from Washington, to talk to folks directly, see folks we don't typically see, and take what we learn back to Washington, work with our colleagues at other regulators, elected officials, and whatnot. I think from your perspective, you do that every week. You come back home. You mentioned the CFTC being a tool and in the toolbox, obviously crop insurance, commodity programs. Any thoughts on what's going on with the Farm Bill and how those other tools are going to come together? Because so much of what we do as a price reference for crop insurance programs, for commodity titles, is key. And in order for our markets to work well, we need to make sure that all these other tools are working well and that the programs are safe and have longevity. So any thoughts that you want to share on what's going on in Washington from a Farm Bill perspective?
Right. So regarding the Farm Bill, I don't think we've made much movement in the last 6 months. We're at an impasse right now. We're not warring. We're not yelling at each other. It's just really pretty quiet is what I would say. And our stressor is that we need some more money for crop insurance. That because of the input costs are up so high, we need a little bit more money for the crop insurance piece. The nutrition programs have just exploded. We budgeted about $60 billion a year when we did the last Farm Bill. We're spending in excess of $120 billion a year on the nutrition programs, all of which are important. So we seem to put an overly increased value on the end product, the food at the grocery store. But if we don't help crop insurance out a little bit more, then it's going to cause farmers to go out of business, eventually decrease supply and drive up those costs for the consumer as well. So we're holding out till we get a little bit more money for some crop insurance. Again, it's the backbone of every farm bill. Was proud with Senator Hoeven from North Dakota and the ranking member Bozeman to introduce new legislation. And I think we kind of got a one-pager out for you all on that new crop insurance bill. So we're trying to find the money. In a country that's spending $1 trillion a year on interest, it's hard to scrounge up an extra $500 million or $1 billion.
You've been vocal on issues around competition with some of our adversaries across the globe. We talked about this a little bit as well, and I think from an ag perspective, trade is critical. We heard from the Ambassador McCabe last night. Any perspective on ag trade and exports and what it means to Kansans to be able to get beef, wheat, corn, and soybeans out of the state and across the country as well, and how some of those conversations are going back in Washington too about how to deal with so many moving parts of relationships with a China, a Brazil, obviously geopolitical issues with Ukraine and the war in the Middle East, and how ag fits into that piece. You mentioned national security. Food security is national security. We are blessed with that. But we also need export markets to maintain the health and the robustness of our U.S. economy and our ag economy. And we see a lot of things going on in the world today, probably more so than usual. It would be good to get your perspective on what we're seeing and how ag plays into that larger national security piece.
Right. So, preaching to the choir, half of Kansas production is exported out of the country. So half of what we grow here is exported out of the country. The best news I can give you is no one in the world can make beef like we do here in the United States, specifically in Kansas. I just did a trip to Indochina, visited the Philippines, South Korea, Vietnam, Japan, stopped at Guam to cheer on our forces there, our military folks as well. But no one can grow American beef like we can. People love the taste of it, the quality, all those types of things. I think we've seen just a huge explosion of beef exports to South Korea and Japan the last 3 years. We were able to level some of those tariff issues that Australia was benefiting from. So the good news is we've got those products that people love. Now, we taught everyone else how to grow wheat and how to grow corn, and with all the GMOs that are available, you can grow corn most anywhere now. So that's a good thing. Don't get me wrong as well. I think the challenges that we're seeing is there's talk of wars, and there's wars all across the country. And whenever these seas are shut down or oceans, it makes it hard to do trade. So I think that's the biggest risk we have to trade right now is a powder keg in the Middle East. There's obviously a war in Ukraine, and there's talk of war in Indochina. What I saw in Indochina is all the countries surrounding China feeling like China's this big bully and pushing them away. They're wanting stronger relationships with the United States, Japan being an incredible leader overseas as well, where the Japanese Prime Minister was in D.C. just yesterday addressing Congress. They've been an incredible ally. They're the largest foreign investor in the United States. They hold more of our national debt than any other country as well. And did I say they love American beef yet? So those are the good news. I just think that the big issue is if we can keep the peace. And we have an incredible military presence there, over 130,000 American soldiers over there, as near as I can tell. So the focus is how do we keep the peace to keep those trade lines open when we have a bad actor over there. So I think that's the risk. You mentioned yesterday or today a little bit about the challenges we get frustrated with is we send a wheat shipment, or we have a wheat shipment engaged with China, and then they cancel it or they downgrade it. So that's frustrating.
Yeah. So later this afternoon for our lunch keynote, which I mentioned, we're going to hear from Jeff Schmidt, who's the president of the KC Fed. And I'm sure he's going to talk about some of the macroeconomic challenges we're facing. We had an inflation report a few days ago that suggested inflation's a little bit stickier than we hoped, which I think is going to change the tenor possibly about what future interest rate environment might look like. That obviously affects our markets a lot. But I think, more on the ground as you travel the state and you talk to producers, we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well. Interest rate environment is difficult, and we have a lot of legacy commitments with low interest rates, whether it's a mortgage on a home or land or farm equipment or other things that are critical to production ag. But over the next couple of years, whether in the short term or over the 5-10 year horizon, we're going to see those interest rates change, and that's going to be sticker shock.
Right.
And I think it would be interesting to hear from your perspective. What is the discussion in Washington? What are the discussions you're having with folks across the state about how to manage that risk? You mentioned it a little bit in your prepared remarks, but what should we anticipate from a farm economy, and how do you view that as a challenge for Kansans and others across the country in terms of dealing with the cost of capital?
Right. I've tried to become a much better student of understanding macroeconomics. Obviously, I'm a physician. I had Econ 101 and 102 as a freshman in college and no business classes since then, but I've worked really hard to understand macroeconomics. And we talk about this, I've been saying since last fall that I didn't expect interest rates to drop till the end of this summer. And I'm not sure they'll even drop now. So you think about what's driving inflation. Well, I think energy is an inflation multiplier. So if you are paying more for energy, whether it's diesel fuel, don't forget that, of course, nitrogen fertilizers are made from natural gas as well. And that impacts the cost of groceries as well. So I think that until we get energy stabilized and we quit attacking the American energy and American agriculture with regulations, we're going to still see energy costs stay high. And both parties are guilty of this, but we borrowed so much money, we're printing dollars. And as long as we're continuing to spend more than we're taking in, to the tune of $2 trillion this year, we're going to spend $7 trillion, only take in $5 trillion at the federal level. So they're going to have to print more dollars. So I don't see the end in sight until government goes on some type of a diet. And I don't mean a seafood diet where you see food and eat it. So we need to go on some type of a diet. It's going to be painful. I think we need to go back and figure out what our true priorities are and figure out how to work towards a balanced budget. So I just don't see interest rates going down. Of course, your year-to-year loan, your operational loan, we've already felt that repricing burden. But to your point, if you've got land, or maybe you're buying a $1 million combine at today's interest rates, it is a sticker shock. And I don't think it's sustainable. So our government needs to go on a diet, and we've got to fix the energy. Until you see those two things happening, I just don't see interest rates coming down significantly, especially the long term. Everybody focus on that overnight rate at the Feds, but the long-term interest rates I don't think are coming down. And then the last point I would make is try to understand quantitative easing and quantitative tightening a little bit better, and what its impact is on the economy. And I'm not the person to give that lecture, but your Fed chairman here would be.
We'll hold that for the next panel. We have a couple more questions that I'll keep asking unless someone wants to jump in. This is your chance. We got Senator Marshall here. We talked a little bit. I think there's going to be a nice long-term partnership between your office, our KC Fed, our KC CFTC office, and us at the commission about education, right? You talked about it in your prepared remarks. What can we do better to educate farmers, smaller farmers, co-ops about access to futures markets and the critical role it's going to play? What can we do collectively? We have some thoughts on the CFTC side, but again, as you cross the state, you talk to credit institutions and you talk to smaller co-ops and smaller farming operations. Do you get a sense that they understand what our markets are? What is that initial reaction when you think about futures markets that you may hear? And what can we do to change that narrative so that the CFTC does become, or derivatives markets, futures markets become just another tool in the toolbox like crop insurance and like commodity programs? Right.
Well, certainly using these future markets is scary to a small producer like myself. I'm very, very small, and couldn't imagine my grandfather using this tool. But today's farm is not my grandfather's farm, and we now have this information at our fingertips to be able to look at the markets while we're out there working, with a simple look at our cell phone. So I think the opportunity is there. I think what we have in Kansas, one of the strengths of the ag economy here is the retail sector, the ag retail sector, the co-ops, the farm credits, the community banks know their customers. And everyone tries to figure out what's the value add. What can I bring to add value to the persons that are in my particular co-op or that bank at my bank or at my farm credit facility? And I think this is a huge opportunity. Look, again, I'm a physician, and I would get a consultation on the things that I needed help with. There's no way you can be all things to all people. So I think that these ag retail folks, the folks that run the business side of agriculture, the K-States of the world, getting the most trusted officer out there are these K-State ag extension agents. So they've got to understand this forward, backwards. If they don't have confidence in it, then certainly my producers don't. I think it's an opportunity for us to sit down when you go in there for that refinancing of your operational loan, for the community banker to say, hey, you're the loan officer, have you thought about using this as a tool? Chairman, I got something I want to talk about if no one's got a question. I'm not sure how much time we've got left, but whenever I get in front of an ag group, I want to talk about mental health just for 2 minutes. And, we've seen this huge rise in suicide in farmers. And, there are some solutions out there. There's incredible programs out there. Again, the county extension agents know how to get you in touch with some of those as well. But the people in the room just understand and recognize some of the symptoms of a farmer, producer that's having the stress that they might be suicidal. It's important for folks to recognize in this room. Real simple tools. We understand what to do when you see a person pass out and their heart stops beating. We go do CPR, but we don't do a good job on educating folks on, well, what does it look like to a farmer producer before they become suicidal? If you're a loan officer, if you're in the ag retail business, you know which producers are under stress. It's the one that's paying the interest only. It's the person that's crop was wiped out by a hailstorm. It's the producer that's had 2 years of drought. I mean, that stress is real. The stress is very, very, very real. And typically that farmer or rancher is a person that maybe they say, oh, gosh, I'm not sleeping well at night anymore. I keep waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't go back to sleep. I've worked hard all day, but I can't go back to sleep. They quit engaging. They stopped going to church. They stopped going to the basketball games, those types of things as well. They may have a change in appearance, but there are some subtle signs and symptoms you can pick up on. And it's okay to ask that person, how are you doing? How are things going? And just say, look, I know where to get help. And that's the problem. They can call 988, and within a minute or two, you can have a professional talking to them. The community health centers, there's over 30 community health centers here in Kansas now that have primary care and have an ability to do some basic mental health aid as well. And of course, get them to their own doctor. So, we're working on the economic health of our farmers and ranchers, but that mental health is equally important. So thanks for giving me a couple minutes to talk about that. Sure. You can stand and introduce yourself, Commissioner.
Out.
We'll repeat the question.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Senator, for joining us. You mentioned a few things in your prepared remarks and here that I just want to highlight because I think they're so important for this community, but for all the communities across our country. One of them is access to energy at reasonable prices in a diversity of context. You mentioned the natural gas as an input for nitrogen fertilizer. You mentioned access to, and we talk about this a lot at the CFTC, the energy markets directly, natural gas, crude oil, diesel fuel. I just want to highlight one area or ask you to talk maybe across a couple of areas where energy is diversifying and there's innovation, but there's still a need for basic energy resources. So the example comes to mind is my sister is a pathologist at Parkland Hospital. For those of you who know a little bit of Dallas history, Parkland Hospital is the hospital that JFK was taken to in Dallas after the shooting. And during Winter Storm Uri, everyone in the surgical unit and in the pathology center stayed at the hospital because there was no easy way for them to access home and back to the hospital in light of the conditions of Winter Storm Uri. There are significant pressures for every state in terms of access to electricity. There are increasingly diverse options, wind, solar, but some of these have drawbacks. So I just want to know if you'll talk a little bit about access to power in the Kansas community and what's happening in the market here.
Great. So certainly, I stress, I want to leave this world cleaner, healthier, and safer than I found it. And I stress that ag producers were the original conservationists as well. So you're framing my thoughts around this picture with that background. And the other, what I talk about is that Kansas want affordable, reliable, clean energy. And I do see us going away from coal. I think it's going to be a 20 or 40 year transition, not a 5-year. It's just too expensive to go to totally renewables at this point in time. I think that natural gas is so much cleaner, and the way we're producing it is really important as well. Kansas, over 50% of our electricity generated from wind. We're exporting 80% of that electricity. We're exporting 80% of it. And we're also paying for 80% of the transportation cost of it, which is very frustrating. And that has to do with FERC, that we don't think that's not right. So electricity is very expensive to transport, maybe 10 times more than natural gas to generate the same equivalent of electricity as well. Jumping to the quick here is I think that modular reactors are the future. It's the only science that people can put on a chalkboard, a magic board, and show me how this is going to work. And the great thing is we can take the waste from Wolf Creek plant and use it for these modular reactors. So here at Overland Park might have a 6-pack of them. They would set on less than the size of this room. Maybe a city like where I'm from in Great Bend would just need 2 of these. Or think of a silo. Think of these silos side by side. I think that they are safety proof. If you walk away from them, the molten salt that they're bathed in solidifies and stops the reaction as well. And then after we use the energy for the modular reactors, we can take it and use it for things like thallium scans and cancer scans, the PET scans. I'm sure you're familiar with those as well. The exit sign has some radioactive materials in it as well. So I think the modular reactors are the future, and I've tried to take some of your energy leaders across the state of Kansas out to Idaho Springs National Laboratory to show them what a modular reactor is going to look like. So I think that's the future, is modular reactors. And in the meantime, we need to get away from coal, more natural gas. We've got plenty of wind energy here in Kansas, to be honest, about as much as we can utilize. I am glad to see them go behind the wind with solar. I don't know if I'm glad. I think that it'll better utilize the infrastructure that they've built out as well, and you better utilize all the investment in transportation lines, something like that.
Makes sense.
How do you guys control, or what's your role in regulating though? Like this natural gas spike that we had with Uri. What is the CFTC role in that?
It's not the FERC's responsibility, which you mentioned, which is more actual regulation of the power itself, but we do have dozens of energy-related contracts that are futures, options, and swaps as well. So we're looking at those markets. As I said, and we discussed, we want to make sure those markets are fair, transparent, orderly, and timely.
Yeah.
And that if we do see any manipulation or suspicion of fraud, then we obviously police those markets. But huge component of the complex of markets we regulate and oversee, and they're used by producers all along the value chain and users as well, given the uncertainty around energy markets. But close relationships with FERC, with DOE, others in the U.S. government, and across the board to make sure those energy markets are working well.
And what I've seen since Uri is local markets respond.
Yeah.
We tried to fix it. I tried to fix it at the federal level, not much success. But what I'm seeing is, again, these rural co-op energy folks, the Evergys of the world, try to manage that risk a little bit better. And maybe some of the folks got caught trying to go maybe a little bit too much in the short term rather than locking in long-term prices as well. So I do think we've made some corrections, but certainly micromanaging it is just next to impossible, I've found.
Any final? Yeah, we got to wrap up. So, Senator, thanks for your service. Thanks for your commitment and support of the CFTC. And I think I can speak for the commissioners. We look forward to working with you and your office, building out our footprint here in Kansas and making sure that your constituents understand what our markets do and that they have access to them and that they hopefully can use them as a risk management tool. So,
last question: which is better barbecue, Kansas City or I don't care, North Carolina or Texas or St. Louis? Texas.
I mean, without a question, Kansas City.
That's the right answer.
That's why we keep coming back.
That's the right answer as well. It's great to have you all back here. You know, we had a 2-year, 3-year hiatus because of COVID.
Yeah.
And I do think that this is a great educational opportunity as we work on the complexity and the education part of this, confidence part. I think this is how you do it, one person at a time.
Yeah. We're thrilled to be here. We're thrilled that you're here, and we're looking forward to coming back often. Thanks. Join me in thanking Senator Marshall.
Great job.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Marshall. Good morning, everyone, and I'll be your host for the day. So it's my pleasure to welcome the first panel of the day. We're going to look at the life cycle of futures contracts from beginning to end. Moderating this session is my colleague, Professor Lonnie Hobbs of the Agricultural Economics Department at Kansas State University, where Lonnie teaches classes in agricultural commodity markets and does research in agribusiness and marketing. Joining Lonnie in this is an outstanding group of panelists who are exceptionally qualified to discuss everything you'd want to know about the life cycle of a contract from beginning to end to either winding it down or evolving it. I'll let Lonnie introduce the panel. Please help me in welcoming the first panel of the day to the stage. Thanks, guys.
Get Chris up here and then we'll get going.
Holding up the show.
All right, as Chris is making his way to the stage, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be the moderator of this first panel of the day, Life Cycle of a Futures Contract from Beginning to End. I am going to tell you, I am up here with an amazing group of panelists. We had a brief discussion prior, about a couple weeks ago, and I was able to just sit back and just listen and soak in the insights and the information that they have. So a lot of experience, a lot of insight. I do suggest that you guys take notes, whether you're more manual and prefer to write them down or you actually embrace technology and use your notes app. But I will say that, unfortunately, I don't have the time to introduce all of the panelists, but you do have a lovely picture and their bios in the provided agenda. Also, there will be time at the end of this panel for questions. As previously stated, you have the QR codes that are posted on the screens. Please scan those QR codes and submit those questions. We are actually hooked in with technology, so your questions will populate here and I'll be able to ask them for you. And then also, this panel does include a panelist from the CFTC, and their views and opinions provided herein are their own and do not necessarily represent the views of CFTC or the United States. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started. And I will start off with the first question. I'm going to ask this to you, Jennifer. How does a future contract originate?
So I guess I'll give a little bit of background on myself so you know. So I've been working at ICE about 15 years, 16 years now. And before that, I worked with the New York Mercantile Exchange. Most of it was in Asia, and I moved here about 2 years ago to take this role. I said ultimately originates, or futures contracts originate from the clients or the market. As a salesperson, when we were going out, we would sit and we talk to clients about what they liked about the existing contracts, what they were looking for, what they might want to be able to trade in the future. And it really comes from them. From discussions that you have sitting over drinks, from discussions you have in conference rooms, they'll start telling you about the problems that they have with pricing, everything from almonds to tea to different types of oil contracts. We find a lot with the oil contracts, especially in Asia, that we were seeing a lot of stuff going OTC. And when stuff was OTC, they would start trading almost inherently on their own, and they were trading with ISDAs. And then they felt that they needed to have some more counterparty risk management. And then they come to the exchange and say, can you list X, Y, and Z for us? So then we would sit there and try to figure out how we could price that contract, who sits on both sides of the contract. We'd write down the specs. We'd work with the market to figure out if that was the specs that they like, and then you launch. And to be honest, some of them work and some of them go absolutely nowhere. And I would say a lot more go nowhere than a lot more actually work, ultimately.
Great. Any of you guys want to add on?
Yeah, I would say that it's identical for CME's markets on how the futures originate. There are a lot of scenarios where we have existing futures contracts that over time stop having utility in the market. And that's another avenue where, based on feedback from participants, we may decide that an existing contract needs to either be killed and reborn, or something entirely like new and radical needs to come to the marketplace. But completely agree, it all comes from marketplace feedback. I also think there's a big piece of this, even though you may get a lot of ideas and suggestions from the market on new products, areas of risk that they have, it isn't always suitable to a futures contract though. We have a lot of suggestions and recommendations come in from very concentrated markets, which don't work for futures contracts. You need a healthy underlying market. You need a market that's volatile that gives reason to actually hedge the risk. You need established players. It's extremely helpful to have players that actually have used futures markets in other types of risk management, because it's challenging to educate a new group of users on futures, how to access markets, the value of futures markets. So there's a lot that goes into that puzzle of what makes it successful.
Yeah, and I think to build on what Andrew said, a lot of it is, we had one customer came, it actually wasn't a customer, it was somebody trying to sell their index data. So you do get a lot of people trying to sell their data, and they feel that if you build a futures contract, people will buy their data, and then all of a sudden this contract's going to do very well. And there's no if you build it, they will come, because it really doesn't work that way. And they sort of plotted the data, and they said, this product, the price slowly goes up over time, and this is what we've seen for the last 10 years, and people will trade it. And we said, nobody's going to trade if they know exactly where their product is going, exactly what the price is going to be. You're going to get people on one side that might want to hedge the price going up, but nobody's going to be on the other side because they know where that price is going. So you also need participants on both sides of the market. And people don't always understand that, but it takes a while to get through.
I would add a comment too, that for a contract to be successful, there has to be utility. So we're used to the ag markets where you're exchanging futures to price a cash contract. So you can identify risk and say, gee, that'd be great to have a futures contract because where's the risk here? But our user is going to actually use it to exchange futures, so it becomes part of the process. But if you don't have an underlying market that's going to use a futures contract, then how does it get legs? And so that's where it's hard, I think, to get a.
It's a really good point. There's a question that was raised at the Ag Advisory Committee meeting a couple of days ago on fertilizer products, and whether the exchange was going to put promote urea more, put it on Globex, allow more trading. The Board of Trade has had fertilizer products for a long time. Board of Trade had diammonium phosphate in the 90s, anhydrous ammonia in the 90s. Urea's been around for a long time, and so there have been established futures contracts for it, but the market hasn't chosen to use those futures markets for price risk. So you can have a futures contract, it doesn't mean it's going to be successful though.
So given that, what is the actual approval process for these new futures contracts, and about how long or how how long does those processes typically take?
Yeah, happy to
Yes,
take that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once an exchange is designated with the commission, they can list contracts two separate ways. One is which they can request commission approval, and that is frankly relatively rare. I think in the last 10 years, I think there's maybe been three contracts submitted for approval. So the vast majority of contracts come to market via the self-certification process. But in the approvals, it's technically a 45-day process. The commission has the ability to extend that 45 days. And then beyond that, the entity requesting the approval can extend the deadline if they want. As I've said, approvals are relatively rare. So it's hard to really generalize about how long it takes. But in the couple instances where we have seen approvals, it's usually the contract may raise some jurisdictional questions or something. So there's a little bit of a selection bias in terms of what gets, what exchanges choose to seek approval on. But yeah, it can take longer than 45 days.
And you mentioned about the listing process of those contracts. One of those processes is a self-certification. What is the self-certification process and how does it work?
Yeah, so the self-certification process, and as I said, that's we've had hundreds and hundreds of self-certifications compared to 3 in the past decade. So technically it's a one-day process. So an exchange could certify a contract today and we have the weekend. So Monday would be the review day and then it could be up for trading on Tuesday. In practice, exchanges will come to us well in advance to discuss. I think that generally works out better for all the parties involved to talk about what are the potential issues. But under self-certification, an exchange can list a contract provided they're able to demonstrate that it conforms with the commission's regulations, the act, and then we have our core principles for contract markets. And for new contracts, the main thing is being able to demonstrate that the contract is not readily susceptible to manipulation. So there's a lot of different ways to design a contract, and so there's a lot of different ways to demonstrate that it's not readily susceptible to manipulation. But generally speaking, with physically settled contracts, the expectation is first that the exchange has a clear delivery process, right, and all the logistics that are associated with that in terms of defining, what specifically is being delivered, when is it being delivered, how much, the quantity that's being delivered, the timelines, things of that nature. If there's warehouses involved, what sort of oversight is the exchange doing of the warehouses, and things like that. And then, with physically settled contracts, there's a lot of potential concern about corners and squeezes and things like that. And so one way that to prevent that is imposing position limits. So there's certain commodities that are subject to federal limits, just as part of the commission regulations. It spells out what specifically the position limits are. For other commodities, they're set by the exchange on a voluntary basis. And as part of setting those position limits, the exchanges are expected to prepare a deliverable supply analysis, which is essentially an analysis of the particular commodity and how much is actually available at prevailing market prices, right? And that's to ensure that the shorts are able to obtain the commodity to make delivery in the contract to prevent issues like that. So that's on the physical side of things. On cash settled contracts, those are a little different because there's not physical delivery. And there it's really about the final settlement price. The concern is always with a cash settled contract, right? That someone's going to be engaging in some activity in the cash market to skew the settlement price in a way that benefits their derivative position. And so that it's really looking at how is the settlement price put together. There's various best practices for how to do that from a methodological standpoint. So we like to look at the methodology that the exchange is using. And then it's also looking at if the exchange is putting it together, making sure there's protections in place for conflicts of interest. things of that nature. And then the basic thing, right, is looking at the underlying calculation and seeing that it's a liquid and active market, right? The more liquid, the more active it is, the harder it's going to be to move the price or manipulate it. So those are some of the key things we look for.
All right.
I think one important thing to appreciate that approval process on the CPC side is actually the shortest part of it. You know, if someone here comes up with an idea on a futures contract and you come up to see me, that's that process can be very long. I mean, if it can be measured in months, I think that's really fast.
Probably a year is probably. Yeah, I'd probably say it takes about a year to get a contract launched.
And a lot of it is ideas need to be vetted with the marketplace in order to like we were saying before, to ensure that there's going to be more widespread acceptance of the tool as a risk management device. But then you have to come up with the contract specs, like how big does it normally trade, what price increments you want it to trade in, is it going to be delivered or financially settled, and that's a huge piece. Having a new physically delivered product could add months and months and months into the internal process. Even a cash settled product, trying to determine whether there's a robust underlying cash index or market, getting access to the data from the cash market, analyzing that. And so there's a lot that goes into it, and it's a very, very long process.
Yeah, it's just so other little pieces that you look at. So if you're looking at physically delivered, I probably would say take about 2 years. If you're especially trying to figure out where you're going to have the physical delivery, where you're going to pick it up, where you're going to make sure that whatever gets the physical delivery, if it gets there, is it the correct product as well, because you don't want to have any fraud or any concerns about that. And beyond this, so we have the other pieces where we have to figure out the index, we have to figure out the number, we have to figure out the specs, we have to figure out, do we have market makers, and who are our market makers going to be, and what is a program for market makers going to look like, and then you have to negotiate with the market makers. Then you have to fight internally about what you're going to launch, because if you get companies like CME and ICE, I am not the only person that is saying we want a contract. You have Europe, you have Singapore, you have the US, you have different exchanges that are all saying we want to fight for this ability to get into this next, we call them different tranches. So we want to be able to get into this tranche and be able to launch. Then you have the product guys who have to sit there and look through and what are the different, does any new build need to be done? So it could be that it's a different type of product we've never done before, so then there's a bunch of technology builds. Then you have to sit with the clearinghouse, because the clearinghouse has to look at the numbers, they have to have about 3 or 4 years worth of data back to make sure that they can figure out what the margin is going to be, and are we going to have margin offsets, and how are we going to put it within our current margin calculation. It's a huge amount of work coming from very different parts of the organization. And then market supervision and market surveillance, they end up getting involved as well, because they have to make sure they know what is coming into them, because they'll be watching the market and understanding the market as it goes forward. And then you have the settlements team, and they're the ones, as you've launched the contract, they have to get a settlement number at the end of every day. So they've got to get curves, they've got to figure out if they don't, especially in early contracts, you don't have a lot of data. So how do they figure out this curve so you're going to settle the number? Because if the number we settle is different than what the traders are seeing, then all of a sudden they're going to have a P&L difference, and they're never happy with the P&L difference. So then you get lots of arguments. So it's not small at all. And we still end up launching like hundreds of contracts a year, so I'm not quite sure if we all do it.
All right, so Tom, I'm going to gear this next question to you. We're talking about expectations of contracts. What does it require for a contract to meet both the commercial and non-commercial expectation?
Well, I think the key to both commercial and non-commercial is that the contract has to fairly represent the value of the underlying commodity. It's a core principle of the futures market. So particularly if it's cash settled, but I would imagine the same with a physical settle as opposed to cash. But so the contract has to represent, so it's got to be an adequate hedge. If you're an end user, then you've got to make sure that the execution process, or the execution, if you were to own it, that it actually is a reliable source of physical product. So that if you're, it should be your most expensive source of origination, but if you're an end user and you're long futures as your hedge, you've got to be able to get it, right? So again, I think reliability, and it's fair, and that's the trick, is to make sure that that core principle is always followed, that the futures market adequately reflects the value of the underlying commodity.
Yeah, and I also think that traders are always going to bear basis risk before they bear liquidity risk. So we've seen contracts that are sort of linked together. So there's an LNG contract in Asia where people used to use the price of Brent to help manage their risk. And that started to diverge a little bit. So we ended up launching a contract that got some volume, so people were trading that. And then that price became quite volatile, margins went up. So clients actually started to move back to Brent because liquidity in one contract went down, and they didn't want to deal with the liquidity risk. So they'd rather manage the basis risk with a Brent contract, but have the liquidity that's there.
So then, as the contract is introduced and goes to market, how does oversight and regulation of a contract change over its lifespan once it has been approved and listed?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So the standards really don't change over the life cycle of a contract. I think maybe a couple things to maybe note about that though is initially when we're discussing with the exchanges, usually it's prior to launch or it's just launched. And so we're talking more conceptually about how the contract is expected to perform. But of course, anytime you introduce a new derivative contract, right, you potentially create incentives to change trading in the cash market. And so that's something we do monitor once the contract's trading. We have more ability to look at the actual data, look at the actual trading in the contract. So there's that piece of it. The other thing is that these contracts, they really are designed to be commercial risk management contracts. And so we want to see that the exchange is looking at how people are using these contracts. And if markets are evolving, right, the contract should be evolving with them, right? So they should be designed in a way that they're consistent with commercial practices. So there's that piece of it. And then the other thing is that exchanges, they have an obligation to conduct surveillance, both in terms of what's happening on their platform, right? So looking at their order book, but also to be monitoring the cash market more broadly. And if there's, manipulation or even just price distortion, right? Take efforts to resolve those. So those are some of the things that we look at long term.
Right. And the Commodity Exchange Act, corporates before, says that the exchanges have to detect and prevent manipulation. So they have to detect and prevent price distortions and disruptions in the physical delivery of instruments. It's an enormous burden preventing someone from manipulating the market. And that changes considerably over the course of a contract's maturity from launch, where it could be more thinly traded, fewer participants, potentially weaker cash price information, and more challenges to the physical delivery as things are getting established. So that changes over the course of time. When you actually get to a level of, I'll call it contract maturity, which is kind of the best operating that you want it to be at. It has a lot of participants. So your risk of price distortions and manipulations declines. The more active a market is, generally the harder it is to distort prices or to manipulate it. So it gets a little bit easier over the course of time. But there's still products that are inherently very volatile. And it requires a lot of people looking at that product all the time just to make sure that there's not something anomalous, that the price distortion that you're actually seeing is supported by fundamentals in the market. I've spent a lot of time over the course of the last decade in livestock markets, in the cattle markets particularly, because extremely volatile. And every time you have one of those market events, there's an extreme episode of price disruptions. It takes enormous resources, both from a surveillance analyst perspective and from an investigatory perspective. So even if you have a very mature product, you can still run into cycles that require an immense allocation of resources.
So, Andrew, I'm going to direct this one to you then. As a contract approaches its expiration, what's the relationship between physical delivery contracts and cash settlement contracts during the convergence process?
Our expectation, not just our expectation, I think it's the requirements of the Commodity Exchange Act are that the futures price and the cash price converges as the market expires. It's funny, a lot of times we get feedback from market participants who will contact us kind of early in the spot month and say, the market's not converging, but the market still has weeks until the final expiration. So our expectation is that over the course of the expiring contract month, that futures and cash prices converge to a single price. It's different in a physically delivered product than it is from a cash settled product. Cash settled products have a myriad of kind of like final settlement methodologies. It could be averages over the course of a month, averages over the course of minutes or days. It could be price assessments from like global price inputs. So those are monitored differently, and you expect conversions to happen a little bit differently than in a physically delivered product. There's good calculations on how to calculate mathematically how markets should converge. From a monitoring perspective, we spend a lot of time talking to participants, finding out market color. So we're looking at large position holders, and we may reach out to large position holders asking what their intents are. Do they plan on taking delivery? If they're short, do they have an ability to make delivery? We look at how they historically have managed their positions. We have groups of analysts that are assigned to particular asset classes of products. So we have a group of analysts that just focus on livestock products. So they develop a level of expertise over the course of time. So they know that Andrew normally is long 500 contracts coming into the first week of the spot month, but today he's long 900. So that may cause the analyst to reach out and ask those questions to that participant. What are your intents? What's changed in the market? What are you seeing in the underlying market? And the regulator in me always questions any input we receive from a single participant, because they're always talking their own book. So we go out to every other person in the marketplace. We would call Tom Coyle several times a day, sometimes in spot months in grain products, to get flavor of the market. Who's pricing what are the basis, what are deliveries looking like, who's telling you what are you hearing? And that all informs whether the convergence that we're seeing is actually supported by the market fundamentals.
That's true. This process has been going on where there's, the CME has a compliance staff and the commission has an oversight staff, and they'll both reach out. More common for the compliance group of the CME to contact us and say, okay, delivery's about, expiration's about to start, what's going on? What's going on with the cash market? Let's go through the economics. What's the math? Are we above, cash markets above or below delivery, for instance? So they want to understand the details. That's a regular process. But we'll also get calls during critical times when markets are quite volatile, where the commission, the oversight staff from the commission will make the same phone call and say, okay, let's go through this. What is going on? And they're not just calling one company, they're calling a number of delivery participants, say, okay, because they want to see what story do they get, because people do tend to talk to their position. Again, there's not an exact science here. There's math, but it's not exact. And so you call enough people, you'll get a sense of what the real values are. Of course, you also know their positions because you can see them, right? And so you get a sense of that. So it's a really stringent process. And
it's challenging because as often as we're reaching out to participants, if we reach out to a position holder and ask what their intents are, we may ask them for supporting information. We may ask them for any cash deals that they have, what they're hedging, what they plan on doing with it, forward sales contracts. We're collecting all this information, and it's all regulatory and confidential. So if someone calls and complains and says, hey, corn's not converging like it should, all we can say is, we're on top of it, we're monitoring it, but we can't tell them, oh, hey, we talked to the largest long and they told us what their intents are. So it puts us in an awkward position where oftentimes we can't provide kind of comforting information. All we can say is, we're on it, things make sense or things don't make sense. And sometimes that's a little bit unsatisfying.
And the commission particularly is concerned if there's going to be some volatile move, during this brief, 2-week expiration period, that something crazy can happen in the market, and it does happen. People aren't paying attention. Less so today with the electronic trading, but they will call and ask the questions, and we would go through the math with them. And then I've been in situations where they would call and say, "Well, what's your plan?" It's like, "We are going to take delivery, so you might want to reach out to the short because we're taking. All right, here's the sales we're making. This is our cheapest source of physical product. We need it." So yes, the markets are going to spike if they wait till the last second because we're going to be there, unless of course the cash market changes, and that's the key principle. During expiration, the markets are supposed to adapt. Futures market changes, the price goes high enough, spreads invert, the consumer says, I don't want it anymore, and the farmer says, I'm going to sell more. It's like all of a sudden the markets are supposed to converge. Spreads weaken, flat price weakens. That's the process. So you're counting on the market to basically perform during the expiration cycle.
And I would suspect for you guys, similar to us, when we look at our physical, if we're worried about shorts not being able to deliver, we can see what's already in our ICE certified warehouses. And I'm assuming you guys as well can do that. So we know that if if there's going 400 or 500 lots going into delivery, we can make sure that we know that there's enough product within the warehouses to achieve that.
Right. So then I want to take a step back, Chris. I'm going to ask you another regulatory question, of course. What is the regulatory process for managing a thinly traded contract? And then I'm also going to ask that from a market management perspective as well.
So with a thinly traded contract, generally there'll be, there's surveillance required on any contract, but it's especially important in thinly traded contracts. So the exchanges, as discussing, they have their own surveillance unit. The commission is also involved in surveillance. On thinly traded contracts, we may request additional information beyond what we normally collect. We may request additional analysis from the exchanges. And so there's the focus on surveillance on the platform, but then also we like to see about the process and what sort of rules does the exchange have in place to monitor not just what traders are doing on their platform, but what are traders doing in the spot market. So some of the issues that we were just discussing a couple minutes ago, in terms of do they have also, if it's like a cash settled contract, are there things like information sharing agreements or things like that where the exchange can go and look at who is active in their market and who is active in the spot market, or submitting quotes or trading on the spot market if it's an organized exchange, and kind of matching up positions and things like that. So those are some of the things we look for in more thinly traded markets.
Yeah, the only additional color I would add is there's a lot of information that's out there that's not just in exchange systems, in the data that we have. There are publications that talk about pricing in spot markets. We rely heavily on those publications, particularly for ag markets. You may see some of our livestock products maybe priced to an index that's based on USDA's collection of pricing information. But again, we still rely pretty heavily on some of the market publications to get color, in addition to the color that we get from talking to participants. So we try to get information from everywhere we possibly can. If it is cash settled, we may have reason to go and collect from either the index provider, where they're getting quotes from. It's interesting, like if you have like particularly on new products that may be more thinly traded, and you have a price provider, really important whether they're making their prices based on firm bids and asks versus transactions. Those are really important things for us to evaluate. Bids and asks are far weaker in terms of price formation than consummated trades. Where were the trades? Are the trades being double counted from 1 month to the next? Like if you're forward selling a cargo 2 months out, we've seen scenarios where that same price has been reported multiple times. Is the consummated deal. So there's a lot that goes into it in terms of monitoring to make sure that it's that the market's operating like it should.
It seems to me that it's really tricky for the thin markets. It's really tricky for both the compliance staff of the regulated exchanges and also for the commission, because the reason a contract is thinly traded may be because the physical commodity is also thinly traded, or it's concentrated, so you don't have as many market participants. And so getting that information when you want to know why is it thinly traded? What are the economics? Is it performing the way it should? Well, how do the detailed information is hard to get. Yeah. And so it's much more difficult to figure out whether the market's performing or not.
So there is an opportunity for some of these thinly traded contracts, or just a contract that's not performing well, to be delisted. What are some of the factors considered in the decision-making process to delist the contract?
For us, it's usually if it doesn't trade at all. If there's trading, we will keep it going because we're making some sort of money on it, but most of the time, not always. But as long as it's trading, we generally keep it going. We will, as I said before, we have a bunch of people that different product heads that come and say, we want to list all these contracts. And if you're looking at natural gas, you're looking at the power markets, you don't just have 2 or 3 contracts, you have hundreds of contracts that you're listing. And in our oil markets, when ICE first bought IPE, I think we had 7 or 8 contracts. And now we have, I think, well over 1,000 versions of different oil contracts. So what technology often does is they go through and say, these contracts have not traded for 4 years. And you're still, settlements is still looking at a number, and technology is still running on it, you're still monitoring it. So we go through, we like, do we look at delisting these contracts for these reasons? Then you pull it off. And if there is some random change, we can always relist the contract. Sometimes it's a regulatory reason as well. Or regulatory changes. So we had a Bitcoin contract, and we developed it differently than CME did. We did a physically delivered Bitcoin contract into a custodian, to a crypto custodian. The thing that we found very difficult to promote this contract is that banks and clearing members do not want to touch any sort of physical Bitcoin. So if that contract was a physical delivered contract, if it was going to go to delivery, the clearing member would have to somehow work with a client to deal with the physical delivery. Then you either had clearing members that didn't want to touch it for risk reasons, and the risk team just didn't understand crypto and wanted to stay away. Or in a few cases, some clearing members who were located in different countries, their regulator said you're not allowed to go into crypto at all. So what we had found with crypto was, for us, we ended up having 6 or 7 clearing members that said, yes, we'll touch this. But then you just don't have the breadth of clearing membership. You just don't have the breadth of distribution that you have if you've got all of your clearing members being able to sell this to clients. So we ended up delisting that, and we had a bit of volume, but it was all volume from market makers. And when you're working with market makers, you're always paying them. So it becomes a cost-benefit analysis. Is it worth paying market makers to work on a contract that might never go anywhere? And usually it's a no. So that's 2 ones that and iron ore. We did iron ore in Asia. We worked really hard on that. And it just, and sometimes you're too late to the game. And I think for that, we were behind the game. We also managed that contract slightly differently. So I remember when we first looked at launching that contract, I went out to China to try to promote the contract to different players there. And we'd sit down and we'd say, this is all on a screen. The prices are transparent. You can, once you transact, you've got a firm bidder offer, like you've done the trade. And the iron ore traders are like, well, we don't like that because and this was, I think the market's changed a bit. This was about 10, 12 years ago. They say, but if we take the trade, if we don't like the number we have, we just want to flake on the trade and we might change it within an hour or 2. And in our markets, CFTC knows, you can't flake on a trade once the trade has been consummated. But there were a number of markets that were able to launch futures contracts and allow that to happen. So we just didn't have we just weren't in the same place as these traders were.
It's coming back to kind of like why contracts die. Sometimes it's because people don't use them, and no one notices those. I mean, we delist contracts all the time, and no one notices because that's the reason why they're being delisted, because no one actually traded them. But there are also contracts that were formerly like very mature that have come to untimely deaths. Like if I go back in time, like onion futures, like back in the 50s and 60s, was the most traded contract at CME until there was a massive manipulation and Congress passed a law and says no more onion trading. So an untimely death of onions. A lot of other products have met that same fate. Most recently, at least in my tenure at CME, frozen pork bellies. It used to be an enormously traded product because it was like crazily volatile. But the cash market practices changed. No one actually transacted in frozen bellies. They all moved to fresh. The product stopped being useful in the marketplace, and a host of other reasons. So it gets delisted. The more recent one that I think is kind of interesting, just in terms of how the exchange adopts, was the death of our old lumber contract. It gave rise to a birth of a new lumber contract that's actually more usable by the marketplace. So we took in feedback from the marketplace on why the existing lumber contract wasn't working. We set out the course to ultimately delist it and list a newer product, still lumber, way different contract specs, that the marketplace actually found to be more useful in terms of how the lumber market was working today.
And I think also there's that transition with contracts, and I guess you've seen it in any of the agricultural contracts as well, but these contracts change hugely over time. So Brent was originally only oil coming in from Europe, and now we have oil coming in from the US that's feeding the Brent contract. So a lot of these big contracts are not static, and I know WTI changed over time. And actually the story, which I'm not 100% sure if it's true, you might know a little bit, but the story that I've heard is the New York Cotton Exchange had actually had one of the oil contracts and then traded it with the CME, or the NYMEX at the time, for a potato contract. Potatoes clearly never went anywhere, and we probably should have stayed with the WTI contract at the time. But all these, and they just, NYMEX took it and they managed to have the right clients, and they managed to push it and develop it in a way that the New York Cotton Exchange wasn't able to. So there's a huge amount of change if you start looking back at the history of these contracts.
So I'm curious, after a contract is being delisted, does it ever reemerge?
I mean, it's like the lumber contract that I talked about. It came back slightly different than the former lumber contract. So they certainly do. Sometimes the markets just go away. Consumer trends, consumption changes. There could be concentration in the marketplace, consolidation in the marketplace, where there's no longer the same level of volatility that's necessitating risk management. So a lot of things change. So sometimes when the market still needs it, those contracts will indeed come back.
So we're going to transition to some of the questions from the audience. Chris, there's a question for you. Why are so few contracts submitted to the commission for approval?
Actually, that's probably a question for the exchanges. I mean, once you're designated as an exchange, it really is up to the exchanges to decide whether they want to self-cert or approve. I don't know if you have insights on that. The one thing I might add is there are certain agricultural commodities where if they're making changes to existing contracts with open interest, the rule changes have to be affirmatively approved by the commission. Self-certification isn't available. But other than that, it's really up to the exchanges to decide.
And I guess there's approval versus just being transparent with the regulators. So I think we often, when we're launching new contracts, we'll just be transparent to the regulators so that they know it's coming as well.
What do the exchanges do beyond taking market participants' word for it to ensure that parties taking delivery are doing so for legitimate economic reasons rather than a certain market power?
It comes back to what Tom had said before on the economics of futures. If you're short in the market, we would expect that futures contract sale and delivery is the best sales price you can possibly get. Conversely, if you're long and you're taking delivery, we would expect that long delivery is the best price you can possibly get. Otherwise, it's an uneconomic trade. You should have been selling your long futures and buying in the cash market. Exactly. And those are things that we actively look for. The economics of the trade.
This is if you think about, particularly in the physical delivery markets, the delivery at warehouses, their requirement, aside from being transparent, they provide lots of information that's public. They have to be economic. And those are the questions that both the commission and the compliance people in the exchanges ask. And so if you're going to make delivery, is it your best sale? It's supposed to be your best sale, but if we can sell in the cash market at a better price, why are you tendering? All right. And if you're taking delivery and loading it out, that is the holy grail. When you start, you can take delivery because it's a hedge. You think you're going to need it in the future. You can do that as long as you're within speculative limits. But if you start loading out, executing, it has to be the cheapest source of cash. And they will challenge you on that. Let's go through the math. And we have the math. And so we will go through that. And where, if they want, they can go to the next step. Show me your contract. Show me what you're selling. Show me what you're buying specifically, so that they can compare that what you're actually doing is economic. Because it is the core principle in the expiration and the convergence process that these warehousemen, which have this luxury, frankly, to participate in the delivery system, they have an automatic sale at delivery value for every bushel that they buy. They have to be economic. And so it's not real easy, but it's pretty, basic math to figure out whether or not what they're doing is
The only thing I'll add is that we get incredible amount of feedback from market participants when there's an uneconomic, kind of long taking or short making delivery. Almost, within kind of hours of that going down, our phone is ringing. I actually encourage anybody, if you see something that doesn't seem to make economic sense, particularly as you come through deliveries, you got to call it, because there could be some bad actor out there that's influencing the market. That bad actor, if we don't pick up on it, could remain in that market. I'm pretty confident in how we look at the markets, and that we'll eventually find them. But as users of the markets, you are undoubtedly the best source of insight for when economics don't make sense.
It's interesting, this delivery calculation. And for years we developed a model that shows this is delivery calculation, and we would share with compliance, we would share with the commission. This is our math, and it doesn't change. So you can see all the factors, what the costs are to execute delivery, and so on. Here's our math. I can tell you, early in my career, I thought I could calculate that within a quarter cent a bushel. A bit naive, I think. Now we actually created then this model that said, okay, here's our math. So guess what? If we do something in the market, you can say, guys, why are you doing that? Traders in general, when they're bullish, they have a very fine pencil when they calculate things, and when they're bearish, it seems like it's a black marker, okay? It's like, wait a second, what's reality? So our numbers are specific. So if we show it to you now, we can't decide next month, but we have a little different economics. No, you showed us the math, all right? But we did then provide a high and a low. For instance, what is the cost of transportation? There's a bid and offer. Well, the bullish person says it's the bid side, and the bearish person says it's the opposite side. Well, they're not both wrong. Maybe not exactly true, but they're not wrong. All right? We might say we're going to do in the middle, and that's what we think we can buy. The same as what your interest cost is, and the same as your storage cost, and the same as your other execution costs. So we end up having our calculation, we have a high and a low. And the comments we would say to the commission is if someone's within that range, it's kind of hard to say that they're doing something that's not economic. But if they're outside that range, then you really ought to be challenging them on it. Let's see the math. But, barge freight, for instance, well, if you own a barge line, well, maybe your math's different. I'm going to send a whole towboat to Chicago and take, I can't buy 12 barges, but they own the barge line. They can, so their math's a little bit different. So I had to be honest that there's just kind of a range in convergence. But there is math.
So next question, how do exchanges ensure that their existing contracts maintain relevance in amongst changes and evolution in the underlying cash markets?
Yeah, so that's just talking to clients. So clients will tell us if things are wrong or that we should change things. They are very, very vocal. They tell you exactly what they think, and then we have to figure out. And so on the ICE side, we have committees. So we have a cotton committee, a coffee committee, our cocoa committee, our orange juice committee. And we meet and we go through the different rules and do these things to work. And it's representatives from the market that know the market, and they go in there and they are supposed to look and speak to us as if they're not talking their own book. So it's not about how they want the market to change or how they want the contract to work for them. It's how it works for the overall market. And the committees are quite big, can go up to sort of 12, 13 to 20 people. So it's really working with them, and our staff knows when people are talking their book and what they're saying. So that's how we end up working. And we make the changes. For example, our orange juice, we're adjusting that slightly. It actually closed 2 hours before all of our cotton and coffee contracts. And that was just because historically, it just used to close earlier. Now it just doesn't have to close earlier anymore. And there's little pieces there's European regulation going in on coffee to prevent deforestation. So we make changes on our coffee contract in the US to help make changes so that we can allow, as coffee goes into Europe, that it meets these European regulations that are coming into play.
One of the things that you would see me is we have contract review cycles. And so these are for talking about the primary ag products. Over the course of a given period of time, our research team may look at a contract and say, we haven't actually reviewed the contract specs, the rule books for these products, in a year, 2 years. Why don't we take a new look at them and make sure that they still comport with what the marketplace needs out of this product? So we commence contract reviews. And similar, I think, to what Jenna mentioned about getting together committees, we'll assemble, a committee of people to talk about, what are the big issues that we should be thinking about with a particular contract. And we then, formulate, take a tally of the list of the major things that we should consider, and we then send surveys out to the marketplace. So if you pick up one of the envelopes, you'll see that there's a pamphlet in there for our current corn contract survey. There's a little QR code, and you can go to that, and it takes you through, I think, 6 or 7 questions on whether you have input on things that we're considering in the corn contract. And some may be substantive, and some may be more nuanced. One of the questions I think in the corn survey is whether we should list in August expiration month. Currently don't have an August. It skipped over August. Question is whether we should have an August expiration month. We'll collect feedback. And then some of that may be adopted and some may not. But we rely on people like Tom to provide input in their expertise as we're going through these contracts and what works.
It's been interesting how the evolution has happened in these contract changes. For the 25 years before 2000, so say 75 to 2000, there were almost no changes to the Board of Trade Ag contracts. They had the changes were driven by member. The Board of Trade was owned by members. You had a membership, you had your trading badge. The decisions were made by member-driven committees. And they were pretty self-serving. They're trading in the pit. How is this going to affect pit trading? And so there were almost no changes. Fast forward to 2000, all of a sudden you've got publicly traded companies, all right? Complete difference, where you now have professional staff that's analyzing contracts. All right, and so contracts seem to change for a number of reasons. In the one case you have, as Andrew just mentioned, is these periodic reviews. They just every so often look at the contract, they survey their members, how's it going, any changes we should make. Another thing that can happen is you'll have users that will contact, Jen, or they'll contact Andrew, and they'll say, look, we'd like to see changes. We think your contract could be better if you do this. So basically a user is encouraging you to analyze something. And that happens. And there's other cases where the exchange realizes that the contract's not working because their volume has dropped off. And it's like, well, why is that happening? It could be because the landscape has changed. Maybe they don't grow the product anymore, lumber or whatever. Or maybe now the contract is more, there are fewer participants in the physical market. I would say the old contract is probably an example for the CME where they're saying, look, we need to review it. Why is it not working? Why is our volume dropped in oats below rice when it used to be bigger? Could be driven by production. So they're doing a deep dive right now, the CME is, on oats. All right? But I've also seen a situation where a change in the contract was actually started by the commission. And this goes back to the major changes in the wheat contract. Wheat contract, I saw the same thing as well in the shipping certificates. Back in 2000, it was really the commission that came and said, hey, there's not enough delivery capacity to defend the contracts. The elevators in Chicago were closing. Right now there's only one. When I started, there was about 6. And so the commission said, you got to look at your contracts. And it was quite a debate within the industry, and there were major changes. They ended up taking corn and wheat or beans away from Toledo, and they added the Illinois River. But that was kind of driven by the commission saying, look, you need to defend your contracts, otherwise it will become more manipulable. And that's what the commission is trying to avoid. The second time I saw it happen, it was kind of driven by the commission, was wheat, where it was actually the CFTC Ag Advisory Committee that had a meeting. They identified, and I'm sure that the CME economist, and I'm sure that Fred Seaman would have known this as well, that the contract's not converging as well in wheat. Why is that? Well, and that's a time when you started having all this new financial participation in the market, index funds and so on, but the market wasn't converging. At one point, it really became broken, where the cash value used to be fair value. You could buy grain at $1.40 a bushel below Board of Trade price delivered to Chicago or New Orleans, pick it. The market was broken. It got so serious that actually there was a meeting, a Senate oversight, Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations that investigated the wheat contract. The chairman of the CFTC spoke first, then there was a panel of industry users, and then the chairman of the Chicago Board of Trade spoke. So it really goes a process of different people that can encourage changes in the contract, and eventually the Board of Trade did make changes. They tried a number of things to fix the wheat contract, eventually added variable storage. But the process works, so there's a number of approaches that can start to change contracts to make sure that they're still relevant.
So as we get ready to wrap up, I'm going to invite each of you to share with the audience one point of importance to leave the conference with. We can start with you.
I guess my thought about this, first of all, markets change. Market participants change, and the derivative markets make changes to adapt to that. So those are ongoing things, but the core principles don't change. They haven't changed in 50 years, all right? The physical markets are supposed to reflect, the futures market, the derivatives are supposed to reflect the value of the underlying commodity. That's supposed to happen. There are rules that exist to make that happen. And we're all supposed to use we're supposed to be economic. The participants are supposed to be economic. You've got to stay within speculum. And there are a number of rules that you have to follow. So, and if you follow, and there are economics. I talk about there's math that you can do to say whether or not things are economic or not. So if a user spends their time focusing on the economics, then their hedging activities work, their trading activities work, and likely they're going to avoid any issue with the regulators as well because they're being economic. I would say that I have a concern that over time, there's less knowledge in the industry about what the rules actually are, what you can and cannot do. You take for granted, for instance, that traders are not supposed to be able to call up their competitor and say, gee, what are you doing? They go to golf tournaments, they play, come on, they're together a lot. I mean, I've had the luxury of taking delivery, making delivery, and our trading staff has lots of relationships, but they can never ask certain questions. How does anyone know they can't do that? All right, now I'm expecting our traders to read the tea leaves, guess what the competitor is going to do because we're trading and we're taking risks. You can't ask it. But how do traders know things they can and can't ask? And if they know the rules, like, well, this is trade practice. Read the rules. What does the exchange say happens when you take delivery? Do you know those rules? And are they still appropriate if they haven't been changed in a lot of years? So I have some concern that and I know the National Grant Feed has trade seminars and so on to kind of help people keep up there. But I think that all companies should be, sensitive to the fact that you want your trading teams to understand it. You heard yesterday with the oversight that, you see these emails in a lot of these compliance cases, all right, where companies are fined. Frankly, read the emails. Did you really say that? Is that what you meant? All right? I mean, was that economic? And so there's just good training, I think, and that's important to know the rules. So markets change, core principles have not changed. So,
Chris?
So I said, well, thank you for the discussion today. I've enjoyed it. But I would say that, we definitely seek out and encourage dialogue. So, if exchanges are listing, considering new product ideas, we certainly encourage them to reach out to discuss with us in advance. Or I don't know if there's anyone in the room, but if anyone is interested in creating new exchanges, we're also like to talk with those entities. Obviously we can't provide specific legal advice or business strategy, but we can discuss the basic process and our expectations. In that process. And then, of course, with market participants, we always, look for opportunities to discuss, in terms of more generally what they're seeing in the markets and, particularly, their experiences with contracts. So definitely, welcome dialogue.
Okay, I guess the point to remember is for exchanges, when we're developing contracts, it's really to have a contract that allows people to hedge the risk, price transparency, and anonymity. Those are sort of the key things that we're looking at when we're developing these contracts.
My parting thoughts are to Joe and Chuck. Thank you. I've now been at all three of these conferences. I think that they are some of the best conferences that I go to because you actually see end users. You have an opportunity to interact with end users. I encourage everyone to come and talk to us afterwards. There aren't many conferences. Most of the ones that I go to are filled with compliance officers and lawyers, and those honestly aren't fun. So please keep it up. I think these are great events. I learn a lot, and hopefully it helps facilitate better discussion between the market and the exchanges. So thank you.
Yes. So parting thoughts as we wrap up, I want to thank you guys in the audience for your questions. We didn't unfortunately get to everyone's questions, so please feel free to go up to each of these panelists to ask them your question. Also, Joe and Chuck, thank you for setting this up. I love the wide breadth of knowledge and experience in different areas that we have. And then audience members, please join me in thanking our beautiful panelists for today's discussion. With that,
All right, so please join me in welcoming our next panel here.
Very happy to be here and be part of this conversation about new frontiers in data and information to inform futures markets participants. So we've got George Harada, Arlen Suderman, Mindy Mallory, and Seth Meyer, and very thankful for them for being so generous with their time to be a part of this conversation. Look in the programs and you can get an idea of their bios and backgrounds and their rich history related to these topics. And so the goal here is to have a conversation between these four and including some of your feedback over the next hour. So as we move on, kind of the last 10, 15 minutes, there'll be time for your questions. Best practice there is use the QR code and send those in, and we'll try to get those questions to the panelists. Also, we do have a panelist from CFTC, and we have one from USDA. Their views and opinions provided herein are theirs and do not necessarily represent the views of CFTC, USDA, or of the United States. So with all that in mind, I would like to kick off with letting our panelists give kind of some opening remarks, some of their thoughts on this topic from their various perspectives. Seth, would you kick us off?
Yeah, so first, Joe said as people were leaving the stage, these people aren't machines, right? I joke that I will be the first one at USDA replaced by AI. I think that's just, in terms of kind of trying to describe markets, my staff are the technical experts. So that's why I point that out. I think it's also worth pointing out quickly, I know that you said it, these are not the views of USDA or the US government. I'm a non-political at USDA, just so we're clear. And I think if you think about my responsibilities within USDA, that sounds like a pretty good idea. So not a political officer, I am a career appointee. And in that job, the World Agricultural Outlook Board, which produces the WASDE report each month, is in my group. I used to run that group as well too, at which point I said I had the best job at USDA because my boss could not tell me what to do, right? And that's the whole point. You publish the numbers, you publish the market reports. So it's good reiterating here, I think, to you all, this is a not-in-political office. As chief economist, I'm also the head of the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation Board of Directors. I have many of my great RMA colleagues in the audience here who understand crop insurance far better than me, but I think it's worth pointing that out. Now, I think when we turn to this discussion here, it's good to remind folks that last summer we were talking about 50 years from the Great Grain Robbery. 50 years last summer, we kind of reminiscing about the fact that wheat prices began to rise sharply and doubled over a very short period of time 50 years ago last summer. And if you all recall back, it's the Soviet Union that had 2 bad crop years in a row. And in the third year, they were looking to come into the market and buy a significant amount of wheat. And it's amazing how this has changed and why this is again a hint to why we need to follow markets, because now 30% of wheat exports come from the Black Sea. Then this was an issue of importation. But the Soviet Union had established a significant position in the market, had bought from different buyers. The US government was subsidizing those exports. And all of a sudden we realized the world was short. The fix was put the information out there, level the playing field, force that information into the market that USDA knew, help market transparency and speed of price discovery. And so this is the origin a lot of the kind of reporting that we have done at USDA and why we do it on a monthly basis. There are certainly other reports which support this notion of market information symmetry and kind of a periodic recalibration of the market. We've got things, the big ones being stock reports and all NAS production reports. I don't know if there are any of my local NAS colleagues in the room, but clearly important information into the market produced on a very known and periodic basis. But then we have other reports like export sales reports born out of the same need to facilitate market function, speed and answer to the market, and put everybody on a level playing field when we've got fewer buyers and lots of sellers in order to provide that information symmetry. And we even do things like that I have value, which is crop progress report that maybe not everybody views the same way, but I love for you, those of you that are really into agricultural statistics. Another aspect here is that, we can also talk a lot about what USDA does in terms of releases, why it releases when it does, and why it behaves in the way it does with respect to releases. Release it in the middle of the day into an open market. Happy to talk to you about why we do that. But to put out there right now, the reason we do it in the middle of the day is because if we did it at 8:30 when the market was closed, the market would no longer be closed at 8:30. So you might as well do it in the middle of the day when U.S. markets are the most liquid. Okay, so we can talk a little bit about those releases, but USDA has this periodic responsibility when the market, it provides information to the market calibrates to that information, and then it goes on to say, yeah, for the next 4 weeks, we can add our own information to the market and take position, and then we'll come back to a point of calibration. And I guess my final comment would be, to that, this issue of markets always being open, and we attempt with our releases to keep the playing field level. Speed will always win, and there is always a gap between USDA reports. So we do have this changing speed, and this is why my joke about AI. We have this changing speed of market release, and there still remains incredible value for USDA releases, but there's also the opportunity for other folks to put value into the market between those releases, or to talk about differences in their own view. But it's only going to become more competitive. At USDA, we will always, we have a very good system, an extensive system of expertise, but we are competing against bigger and faster other entities. There is still value there, but it is something we need to continue to do, and we need to focus on the release of those reports, make sure they continue to add value.
Thank you. And so, Arlen, kind of building on that with the idea of USDA putting out reliable information at timed intervals, would you kind of share some of your thoughts on how the private sector uses that data, how it affects various stakeholders, and along those lines?
Yeah, I think Seth really set the table very well for this. Data is what drives it. Data and transparency of data is what drives the economic engine of the markets, and it's critical to all of us. And I guess to set the comments early, you'll see on social media we're all disagree with USDA on some numbers, like the drop of 6.3 million acres in principal crops this last time. But I'll also tell you, since we have offices on every continent of the world other than Antarctica, nobody's agreed to work there yet, that it's the envy of the world. The system of data that we have in this country is the envy of the world. So while we can be critical of it, we can question it, it's the envy of the world. And it is what the market's going to trade. And you can agree or disagree. We can talk about the big gap in production estimates between USDA and CONAB in Brazil. That our people in Brazil will say, we're going to trade USDA numbers. That's where the respect is at. So let's establish that from the beginning. And so what we have done, we take the data that comes from USDA, from the Department of Energy, all of the valid data that is important to the marketplaces. And we've developed a system to make it as easily accessible and transparent to our customers as possible. We've built an internal data lake and then a delivery system of interactive reports so that our customers and our risk consultants can take that data and make it work for them and can understand the data and can put it in visual charts to be able to understand it and therefore make good risk management decisions and be able to mitigate their risk exposure as well as possible in doing so. Now, some of our customers are also the institutional investors, the hedge funds and stuff. They'll use it for the advantage of speculating. But all of them have access to the data in those visualization type of tools so they can make those decisions. USDA report comes out and we get them the numbers within a minute. That's slower than the algos that have it in less than a second. And that goes back to Seth's comment about speed. Speed is always going to be the winner here. doing as much as possible to be able to correct that. But we try to have the critical numbers in front of our customers within a minute because that's critical for them being able to make those decisions that mitigate their risk exposure.
Thank you. So George, we've talked about kind of USDA reported data, uses of that. Would you share with us some of your thoughts about the specifically commitment of traders data that CFTC makes available? What's the goal of that data? How do you see people using it, and any thoughts you'd have?
Sure. Happy to talk about commitment of traders. It seems like when it comes to CFTC, that is our most used part of our website. We have lots of visitors. But before we go there, I wanted to share something else. I'm going to turn the question to something completely unrelated, then I'll be back to this in a second. So the real question is, the question you should have asked is, what have you learned since coming to Kansas City? And here's the thing I've learned, and I hope you guys don't have to make the same mistake I made last night. Some of you have seen the picture, but last night I went to Joe's, and you wait in line at Joe's, and that line, and you're thinking about that food, and you're thinking, 3 ribs, that's not enough. Half a slab of ribs, I don't know. Anyways. Don't make the same mistake I made. I ordered a full rack of ribs. And so that's one thing I learned in Kansas City.
Go for the half rack.
The thing was like, this wide. And so there's some useful information for those of you. Now, the K-State students are like, look, I knew that. You didn't have to tell me that, but that's all right. You guys are experts. That's why you're here. You know about that. All right, back to commitment of traders. So commitment of traders is interesting because it is the most used part of, the most visited part of CFTC.gov. And we really have 2 different versions of that, but I'll get to that in a second. It is, the real focus though for us is a focus on quality, right? And this question might come up, and I'll reserve if this question comes up. People always ask, can we do it more often? Why is it only once a week? But the main focus really is on quality over quantity. In fact, this morning I went through historically to see how many times we've had to put out revisions. How many times have we had to take the data that was in Commitment of Traders and redo it? And I had to actually go back to 2019, in October 2019 and April 2019 to find the last time we revised it. Now, those of you in the room that really know our market remember that in February and March of 2023, we had the cyber incident at ION. And so that caused a slowdown of the data. So there was some thing there. And we were warning people, and everybody was, of course, aware of what was happening at ION. There was a slowdown. But fundamentally, we are focused on making sure that the data gets out there, that it is accurate. One thing that I want to flag, and again, there's lots more we can talk about commitment traders, but I want to flag what we did in October of 2020 when we put out a new public reporting environment. So we have the old one. We didn't want to take anything away because people, have been screen scraping the old version for so long, that we didn't want to take that away. But we have the new version that's available. It has a much better interface for filtering the data. It has an API. Here's just some statistics. Like the traditional Commitment of Traders does about 25,000 views per week. The new environment is getting about 6,000, so it's growing. But when we look at the API, there's over 500,000 API calls a week to it. So the thing is being heavily used. People that have sort of the more advanced technology can take advantage of it. So all that is to say, we are focused on quality to make sure that we can get it out, and when it's out there, that it's accurate and that we don't have to restate things. Obviously, sometimes you have to, but yeah. So again, Commitment of Traders, if I had to say one thing about it, is that it is the focus on quality, and clearly the market is interested. One last story. Yeah. Everybody knows that I tell stories. So when I first joined CFTC in 2002, I'm like, what is this Commitment of Traders? You go into Amazon, there's so many books out there on trading based on the Commitment of Traders. So it has been there, it's been out there for quite some time, and clearly it's something that's central to the industry, and we take that responsibility quite seriously. So
thank you. So Mindy, with this kind of data out there, I'd be interested in your perspective as an academic, kind of good and bad challenges of going out finding this kind of data, how you use it, and eventually kind of transform it into the public good of academic research.
All right, thank you. I'll just take a minute to say I'm excited to be here because this is coming home for me.
Oh.
I grew up about an hour down I-35 from here. And since George brought up ribs, I had to take a minute and put a plug in for my hometown. Kansas City is obviously the mecca for barbecue connoisseurship. But if you want to try really great ribs, my hometown has a place called Guy and May's. Excellent pork ribs. So that's my tip
All right.
regarding ribs for you all. So as an academic, I feel like our roles are kind of twofold. One, threefold, but I'm going to focus on the twofold here. One is that we provide kind of a view to the goings on of the market through our academic research, and I'll talk about that a bit more in a second. The other side is we train students. We teach undergraduates, and we teach them about commodity markets, and they go out and they fill the industry full of talented people that we all need to keep this industry going. So that's sort of the preview about how academics kind of engage in this process. If I go back to the academic research, Senator Marshall mentioned the three kind of major functions that we expect out of our commodity futures markets: price discovery, transfer of risk, and then I would add another, futures markets giving stockholders ability to be compensated for holding stocks through time. Those are major functions that we have for our commodity futures markets, and everybody in this room, I'm sure, is exceedingly well versed in that. Sorry, I don't know why I'm ringing a little bit. So regarding price discovery, our academic research, what we put out to the public to kind of give a measure or our opinion about whether these different products are discovering prices efficiently or not. We couldn't do that without the data that comes to us from the USDA and the CFTC. With the USDA, the WASDE report, and the grain stocks report, crop production report, crop progress and conditions, exports, all those reports dump information into the market. Sometimes it's big information, sometimes it's little information, but this information arrives to the market at a regularly scheduled time. We all sit in front of our monitors and watch to see what happens to prices after we get this new information. And the way we measure that as academics is we say, okay, the report drops, we get a spike in volatility. How long does it take the market to settle down after that? And that's kind of what we take as sort of a measure of, that's how long it took us to discover prices. And, you know, we need the information from the USDA arriving at this routine, regularly scheduled interval to be able to speak to that. Regarding the commitment of traders report, risk transfer only happens if you have commercial hedgers and speculators both showing up to the market. So having commitment of traders report gives us this weekly kind of touch point to see, okay, do we have both types of market participants here? Both types are really critical to a well-functioning product, and the panel in the last session talked about all kinds of challenges that it takes to get a futures contract off the ground. When we see that commitment of traders report that shows how many 100,000 people have open positions in various products, you kind of have a measure of confidence that this thing is working well, in addition to the kind of trading volume and open interest that you would get without the commitment of traders report. So that's my take on how, my sort of first blush take at how we as academics interact with this very important data to provide research that I feel like is a public good that everyone can look to and kind of get an unbiased view of, are these markets functioning as we would hope and expect them to work. The other side is teaching the next generation of agribusiness professionals that will go out and help producers manage risk. They might be producers themselves. Excuse me. And I have to say, this data lives in all kinds of places and different parts of USDA, CFTC, the Foreign Agricultural Service, it's kind of a lot to step into this industry at first and understand how to get access to all this data. So one of the main functions that I think we provide as academics is teaching these future agribusiness people, where does this all live? We watch professional commentary like what Arlen would put out. We show it in class, like what report are they talking about? Where is it? When does it come out? Why do they care? Those are the kind of things that, when you're first entering the industry, you need someone to kind of, if you don't have someone to walk you through it, then you got to just like learn it yourself. And that's so hard. So
those are great points. Yeah, I really appreciate that emphasis on the training and learning how to use the data. Very important. So I think one of the themes consistently here is that we do have in this country kind of the gold standard of market reporting, and I agree with those sentiments. At the same time, around the edges, there are choices to make on timing of reports. Beth and George both referred to that. Format, release, all kinds of details. And so I wonder, maybe Arlen and Mindy, kind of as users of the data, are there details there with some of those aspects that you see changing or would like to see change? What are your thoughts?
Well, as the last panel pointed out, the markets are changing. Things are changing. We have to continually adapt to those changes. It's not our grandfather's markets anymore. It's now billions of dollars of hedge fund money behind algo computers that are driving it so that when a USDA report comes out, soybeans can trade a 25-cent trading range in the first partial second. And so speed is of the essence. And while CFTC has a great report, here we go. Here we're going. We're going down that way.
All right. I got an appointment. I got to go. I'll be back.
As a great report, a CFTC was started 50 years ago. This is 50th anniversary. Seth was mentioning 50 years. It's 50th anniversary of CFTC. And the Commitment of Traders report that was developed to provide that transparency and that openness so that all the players know what's happening in the markets, who the players are, is no longer valid. We're no longer serving that purpose. When the funds can drive the market, or whoever player can drive the market on a Wednesday, and we won't know who the players were until 9 days later. And we live in a society where the markets are trading in seconds. And so from that standpoint, we do our best to try to estimate funds. The whole industry does it, try to estimate fund action every day. But with the pits closed, we can no longer do that with any type of effectiveness. We have to have something that's quicker. And the worries, somebody could game the system if you have a, where you report maybe it's a day or two lag on a regular basis, but then correct it on a Friday or something like that. Well, they're gaming the system now. If they can move it on a Wednesday, nobody's going to know who they were as far as the type of player. Obviously, they won't know specific player, but the type of player until 9 days later. And so we need to bring that Commitment of Traders report up so that we have a better transparency of the markets and what's happening.
All right, so I do have to say something. It's not going to be about ribs. We'll go to something a little more substantive. So I want to clarify that it's not 9 days, and I know you didn't mean 9 days.
Well, from a Wednesday until that Wednesday data is on the next week's report on Friday would be 9 days.
Okay, now I'm going to clarify that. It's actually what we have is it's the Tuesday end of day position, right? And the Tuesday end of day position is reported on that same Friday. So it's not 9 days. It's what is that? 4 days or 3 days. So let me just walk through the timeline because it's helpful. I think it can be helpful for people in the room to understand the timeline and how it all fits together. So on Tuesday, end of day positions obviously can't come any sooner than the end of day.
It's
right?
a snapshot every Tuesday.
That's right. It's a snapshot of every Tuesday, and on Friday it's a retrospective of that same Tuesday, of that same week. So again, it's not 9 days, but it's less than that. The data starts rolling in. It is the nature of the technology, right? So the exchanges themselves and the FCMs, they have to have the time to sort of process that data. So that data starts rolling in on Wednesday. And the challenge that we find, right, is that I think most of you know this, but so the large trader, for those, look, I expect that most people in the room know what it is, but just doesn't hurt to talk about it just briefly. Large trader, or for accounts that exceed a certain threshold reporting level. So for each different contract, it's different for crude oil than it is, say, for grain. But once you've exceeded that threshold, then the FCMs then have to report to us those positions that they have for those accounts. Now, the challenge comes in where you've got a new account that has never been reported before. So that goes into what we call Form 102. So in an ideal world, the FCMs would report to us immediately the 102, but that's not the way it happens. It would be great if it did. This is a challenge, right? So this is a case where the industry says, I want it faster, but then the industry doesn't always give it to us at the speed that we want. And then you have foreign brokers as well. So you've got foreign FCMs. So that data, you see that you need the information, the 102, because again, with an account that's unidentified, that doesn't get you anything. You need the 102. So there you are. It's, now we're into Wednesday. We send a request for that information. If it's a foreign firm, we might not get that information until Thursday. So again, we're taking that 102. We then try to tie that to, say, a trader or Form 40. Look, it's going to get a little boring, so I'm going to skip past all that to say, if you kind of look at the time frame, we haven't found a way to compress it because all the steps that are necessary to make sure it's clean. Now, we did have a thought experiment earlier, right? We played with this thought experiment, and this is where I lose my job, so whatever. But the thought experiment is, what if you were to just put out the data as it is every day? The challenge is that because of this missing 102, you would end up with dirty data. I don't know, Seth, what do you guys think about dirty data? You guys like to put out dirty data?
I mean, is there information in it? If there's information in it, then you should put it out with risk.
Interesting.
Wait.
All the time.
We can talk about crop progress.
Yes.
We don't do that, but you can do that.
All right, so the USDA is saying just put it out.
As a data person, not as a USDA product.
Oh, I got you. You're only all right. And again, I'm not talking for CFTC. This is us sort of noodling on ideas.
If you need a job, give me a call.
Yeah. No, believe me, I'm about to. I can see the messages blowing up on my phone right now. No, but it is an interesting thought experiment to say what would happen, right? What would happen if we were to put out the data? Let's say, because what happens is the data, even if you talk about the Tuesday end of day position data, it doesn't always come in Wednesday morning. Some of the stuff, there's delays, that kind of thing. T+2, dirty data T+2, I don't know. The challenge really is that we are so reluctant to put out the dirty data and the amount of effort it takes to do it. I mean, it's an interesting thought experiment, but I think that people would not be satisfied with how dirty it is without, we have a group within CFTC called the Market Data Operations Group. They go and look at the data, they look at the issues with data, they have to then go work with the FCMs and exchanges, clean it up. So thought experiment, it's an interesting thing, but I don't know anybody at CFTC that would be comfortable releasing data, that isn't clean. But I like where you're going there.
So you're managing those trade-offs between kind of cleaned up or organized data versus speed. So obviously some give and take there. How does that affect maybe the way you would view the data, Mindy, as an academic user, speed versus kind of the more refined look at it?
Yeah, from the academic perspective, we're not going to be your speed users, right? When we're going to do our analysis, we're going to be collecting that cleaner form. We might put out first blush stuff if you gave us dirty data, but that probably would look a lot like what other analysts put out. When we do our academic deep dives, the speed is not really that important to us. When the grain stocks drops and I go to the USDA website and the server is slammed, it doesn't really impact my research that much. I just go look at Arlen's Twitter and I see what the number is.
There you go.
So yeah, I think timely access to information is really important for market participants. I don't have a clear read on whether dirty data would be a net gain or loss. I'd like to see a try and see what happens because that's what academics like to do. But yeah, that's my take.
So on that issue of timing and technology, we've got a question coming in, and Seth will just bounce over to you if you're willing. Are there concerns about some people getting data before others and trading that? And if so, how do you mitigate that?
Concerns. So our objective is to make sure that everyone has access to it at the same time. I know folks get into this 12 o'clock exactly, but I am, I guess, personally less concerned if it's 12 or 12:01, as long as everybody gets access to it at the same time. That's the key. Now, you are not going to defeat speed. You're just not. Last time I was here, it was interesting. The one discussion that I didn't have an argument in response to about the 12 o'clock release was, last time I was here 5 or 6 years ago, a farmer says, I don't think you should release it at noon. And I was waiting for into the market liquidity because I don't like getting off the tractor at noon. Okay, that's an argument I couldn't argue against, but here it's all about speed. And if you either are playing the speed game or you're not playing the speed game. And if you're a farmer, you shouldn't be playing the speed game. Take your lunch at 1, read the report. That's, in terms of, you cannot compete on speed from your farm to Kansas City. So again, I am most concerned with the reports there. Everybody has access to it at the same time.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yeah, I want to get your thoughts on that. Any other reactions on that?
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to be able to level that playing field. We do as best as we can. And I like what Seth said before. I'd love to have those reports come out while the markets are closed, but I anticipate CME Group would simply change when they're trading because they have a vested interest in having trading open when those reports come out.
Because we've supported this research. When you look at this research and you look at comparing market closed versus market open, of course the CME likes it when it's open because there's more volume, right? You can see the path to price discovery instead of trading right at the open, okay? But again, the market will simply open to capture that. You go to your congressperson and you say, don't do that, don't let them do that. Fine, it just goes overseas, especially if you're making it outside of the trading hours. So what's the best solution? The best solution is put it at noon when liquidity is best in the U.S. market, and there isn't a good alternative to that.
Sorry, I just
Go
want
ahead,
to ask
George.
Arnold a question here. Sorry, but I'm curious because, again, what part of StoneX's thing is to take all this data, crunch it, and then make it available for their clients. Are you guys using a lot of AI now to do that? As sort of giving sort of a speed advantage to your clients using AI, or is it mainly just sort of data analytics that gets it out within a minute?
Yeah, AI is kind of a broad term that means different things to different people. We certainly use machine learning for a lot of things, but for this, we're simply scraping. We're doing the same thing the wire services are doing without the lockup. We're all scraping the data immediately and then pulling automatically the key numbers that go out to immediate snapshot.
Okay.
And then within 10 to 20 minutes, depending on the data, we're doing deeper analysis with charts and everything available. So they get the key numbers immediately with the deeper analysis within 10 to 20 minutes.
Great. All right. I've been curious about that.
So, and you have a different purpose than I do, because some folks were saying, well, why don't you, they say, well, Department of Energy puts out one number. And so, well, why don't you at USDA just pick the 3 numbers you think is most important? I don't know what the 3 most, I can guess. They're not the same 3 most important numbers every month.
No.
That's not my function. My function is to put out the whole report. You, the market, decide what's most important. So again, I can't compete on speed trying to reduce the number of digits that I'm sending. I want to put it out there, and then everybody can have access to that at the same time.
So we've kind of honed in on this, and this is a perennial topic in this area, timing of reports. So one question that's coming in here is cattle on feed report is an example of a report that comes out when livestock markets are closed. So any thoughts on keeping that at the 3 p.m. time, and are there trade-offs involved there?
I guess I'm not sure I have much of a comment on, it isn't the same kind of market mover as is grain stocks or crop production. It comes out when the market's closed. I guess I just don't feel strongly about it exists as it exists. And I don't know that changing it has a big motivation. Now, others that trade in the market might see it that way.
You know, I've seen USDA move around report dates over the years, and the CME group just changes trading hours, and other markets change the trading hours according to those reports that have the most potential to generate volume. And apparently the livestock market, the cattle and feed reports are not one that has been attractive to them to move their times. It's not that USDA has necessarily tried to put it there. It's CME group. It did not feel like it was pertinent for them to change the trading times like they have the other.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
And I think it is. And I think you think about the other volume of data that comes into the livestock market that maybe, okay, this report isn't, CME is not going to generate a large volume. These aren't large volume markets like corn and beans are. There's a lot of other data which comes out in terms of livestock slaughter and slaughter volumes and how many cows are being slaughtered. I mean, there's this kind of information that flows into the market as well too. So I think you're right, which is they have made a decision that if they thought there was volume to be generated and money to be made, they'd open up.
Any other thoughts on the timing of that report? So, George, a question for you, and this one's getting a lot more down in the weeds.
Sorry,
than
I
our
think you need to
previous
ask Seth
questions.
more questions.
Okay, well, I put him on the spot with that one, so now it's your turn.
All right.
And this one's a little more down in the weeds than some of the others, but
Sure.
how are reinsurance companies categorized in the Commitment to Traders report and crop insurance, livestock insurance, wherever? Where would they fit in the categories of traders?
You're talking about I think I'm not going to actually have an answer to this question, but give it to me again.
How are reinsurance companies categorized? If they're using future derivatives markets to offset their risk that they've got out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say I don't know. I don't know. I can't. I'm not deep enough in the weeds to know. I know that I spent a lot of time talking to the people that do that categorization, but that particular one, I would be just guessing.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe shifting gears a little bit, we've covered a lot of ground so far, timing, we mentioned AI, technology. What are some of your thoughts, maybe Mindy, you could lead us off here in some of the going forward specifically related to technology, maybe artificial intelligence and related to that. What are some of the biggest, we could either frame them as challenges or opportunities for market reporting and use of that data?
Okay, well, I'll speak to the version that I'm first with, which is the academic perspective. I did kind of mention in a little bit of complaint that the data lives across, sorry, we don't know what's going on. That the data lives across a variety of different agencies. Thanks, George. That it takes there's kind of a learning curve to that. I think with the technologies related to large language models that have come out recently and are continuing to evolve, we could probably put all that data that lives with the U.S. government in some kind of data lake, and then have an AI that you could chat with and just get the data that you need when you need it. And that would really speed up analysis on my end a lot if we didn't have to manage sourcing data from a bunch of different places and we didn't have the infrastructure that a big private firm that can invest, I'm sure, a huge amount of money in putting together your own private solution. I don't know how much investment that would take, probably quite a lot. But that would be my wish list, I guess.
Okay. Marlon, what about you? Thoughts on that?
Technology that we use is extensive. We use a lot of machine learning for developing systems, for testing systems, for developing tools, for running thousands of tests on different data points to see which are the most relevant. It's something we do on a regular basis to develop models for our customers to be able to use, mitigate their risk exposure. It's all about risk for us in helping our customers to be able to limit their risk exposure. And if we can use machine learning in order to and for so many different sources of data, whether it be CFTC data, USDA data, FAS data, whatever it may be, into that and have it come up with what are the most relevant things. And I might add that that's a constant thing, because as we said earlier, the markets are changing, and what drives the market today is not what's going to be driving the market a year from now, maybe even not 6 months from now. And so machine learning allows us to constantly test those theories and make changes so that we're helping our customers understand fully what's really moving the markets.
Interesting. Seth, any thoughts on this area, maybe specifically Mindy's comments about merging platforms and a one-stop shop out there?
Sounds super easy, right?
Yeah.
We'll work on that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Educate the data. There is an amazing amount of data sprinkled all over USDA. So no, I fully and I mean even just the data which exists under the under AMS is huge and you can do lots of things in order to access. Now I'll take a little tangent here and I'll say, to my point of joking with my CFTC colleague, you should just put out messy data. We put out data that is not messy, but you have to understand what the data are, and people constantly misunderstand what the data are, even if it's clean. So again, there's a real risk to putting out unclean data and people misunderstanding what it is. And then if I pivot to the USDA was a pioneer in the terms of things like Earth observation. And for us, when I think about Earth observation, it's something we are going to continue to have to. I mean, there are a lot of people doing it, and for years, the folks in Earth observation overpromised what they could actually do. Right? For years, but more and more, that's not necessarily the case. I think we're approaching the point where the things that they could say they could do 20 years ago, they're actually getting closer and closer to being able to do. And I think that at USDA, we have to continue to maintain our ability to do that. I may come off as a little bit of a Luddite here, but I'm not yet ready to trade away my 5 meteorologists in order to go to an AI which tells me whether rainfall in South Africa matters on a particular day. But I think these tools will have to continue to add to. So I just wanted to throw that in.
No, and you mentioned a point there that if you're willing, I'd like you to follow up on, which I think is extremely important. For data to be valuable, you have to understand what it is. Is there a specific point you could kind of educate us on there that you struggle with, a USDA data set that people tend to misunderstand?
Well, I think we could talk about crop progress reporting. Okay. We could talk about FSA data, acreage FSA data and what it means when NASS starts to use it. We could talk about lots of bits and pieces of data in this. And the data are clean if you understand what they are. But when people think that the data are something different than they are, don't understand the way the data make their way into they accumulate. Folks don't understand the subjective nature of crop progress. I don't know if I have any NASS colleagues out there in the audience. I love crop progress, even though it's a subjective data source. As long as you understand what it is, there's an amazing amount of value there for what's low cost. But you got to understand what that data is, what those data are, in order to use them. And I think that there's something we're always trying to educate people as to what this actually means. I mean, I'll even go back to, and then I'll pass this on. When we produce the WASDE report, it is with normal weather going forward. This causes more confusion with people who anticipate the continuation of a drought and say USDA only parcels in drought effects. We do not. Droughts don't occur over one day. They occur over multiple months, and we assume normal weather going forward is an important assumption of what we do. And so people misunderstand what it is we're reporting and say, you're fading in the effect. No, we're not fading in the effect. We need to understand the data.
Interesting. Thoughts, George, on this area of challenges, opportunities?
Sure. Well, I wanted to add one quick thing because you were talking, Seth was talking about Earth observation, and earlier you talked about this, the Great Grain Robbery. And what's interesting about that is that the U.S. was sort of caught off guard, not understanding what had happened in Russia. But the Landsat, let's see here, Landsat 1 achieved orbit just I think it was like a month or two afterwards. If that had been out there beforehand, right, then there would have been a better sense of what was happening to the crops in Russia. So and there is, I think, some pretty interesting things. We've had some different satellite companies come and talk to us, and I know that it is in the area of promise, but it's pretty amazing what some of these CubeSats are able to do with weather predictions and measuring. So I'm optimistic about what that's going to end up doing in the future. to this sort of data. The only other thing I would sort of add, you were just talking about AI, and to me the thing that's fascinating about AI, I mean, most of the data that we're putting out is tabular data, right? But one of the most interesting things so I'm the director of the Office of Technology Innovation, so my focus is on innovation and keeping an eye on the different innovation that's happening. And to me, the most exciting thing that's happening is, what everybody's talking about, LLM, these large language models, chat GPTs, that kind of thing. And so I see some of our other sister agencies that put out data that is much more text-based, and there we're starting to see some pretty interesting ability to take text-based data, perhaps it's an annual report from a company, and take that data and using LLMs to try to get a sense of what's happening beyond just the tabular data as to what's in there. But then I have to always caution. So the caution is these LLMs are sort of known to have problems. One of the most interesting things I saw recently was, I just filed my taxes. Yes, congratulations to me. I know, not the easiest thing to do. Actually, sorry, I'm going to sidetrack. This is embarrassing to say. I'm in my 60s, and I filed my taxes for the first time ever. My dad's 90 years old, and he has done my taxes every year up until now. Yes, exactly. So now at 90, he's finally saying, George, I think it's time. You're in your 60s. I think it's time you do your own taxes. Do you know how hard it is to do taxes? I don't know if you know. At 60, I found out. And I have a complicated tax situation, so my gosh. But in doing my own taxes, I realized, I read this thing from both, it turns out that TurboTax and H&R Block have now AI-based tools. And now you're paying them for advice, and you go to the tools and you can enter in your thing like, my child is going to school in another state. Can I do this or whatever? So they have a little thing, and the Washington Post did a study, and they found out that 50% of the time, those AI-based chatbots were wrong. Now, sometimes you get lucky, and it will just give you something like about the thing about my child. It will say something like, if you're doing depreciation on a rental property, you're like, wait, that wasn't even the question I asked. So immediately it's wrong. But if it's even close, you might get confused. So the bottom line is 50% of the time it was wrong. They asked the firms about it, and the firm said, oh yeah, but that's why we have a disclaimer at the top. And the disclaimer says, please verify this information independently. I'm like, wait a second. So I'm going to you, I'm paying you money, and because I don't know at my age 60, how to do my taxes, and you're telling me I have to independently verify your advice. So, anyways, AI is fantastic, but it does have some problems.
Has some limitations. So this is a good time just to pause and say, remind you to use the QR code to send in questions. We've gotten a couple of good ones already, and then we'll just take a quick opportunity here. Does anybody have a question you want to ask in person? I guess we could get you a mic if that's the case. Okay, if so, we can take some of those. One question here that we've had asked from the audience, and George and Seth, I will let you guys talk about this one. How does USDA and CFTC, or let me start over, do USDA and CFTC share the data they collect and work together on enforcement?
We have nothing to do with enforcement in the Office of the Chief Economist.
Okay.
I think if CFTC, probably if they had a case and an interest, I think they can go and get the data that they need. But, I simply deal in market function.
Okay.
I got colleagues at CFTC that know certain aspects of the market better than I do. I would consult with them on, hey, here's what I think is going on in the ag sector. What do you think is going on? It's not, let's dig into this individual that's doing this. So it's from an enforcement standpoint. I don't have anything to do this. From a market function interest, I got colleagues at CFTC that I would love to interact with more about how the market functions so that we can facilitate better market function.
Okay. Yeah, so a lot of collaboration, but not on the enforcement.
I'd like more collaboration, but not in the enforcement space, in the market understanding.
And I would say when it comes to enforcement, I don't know the answer to the question, but I know that based on my interaction with other agencies, that when needed, enforcement obviously will get MOUs and interact with other agencies to get the data they need. I will say that some of our large trader data is quite relevant to the energy markets. So we do share that on a daily basis. So we have a pipeline to FERC, and we share our information to FERC. So FERC is able to take our energy data and merge it with all of their interconnect data, and they're able to then. I think this is where government, this is government working at its best, where you say, I've got a set of data here, you've got this other set of data. If we merge these two together, they're able to oversee the energy markets in a much better way, being able to utilize our data on a daily basis.
And for me, it's not even oversight. Some of it's market function. I think about our export sales reports, and I think about many of the reports we do at USDA are, hey, here's a space in the month, here's the space the next month. But there are some things we do, like export sales reporting, that I think it would be really, to me, there is interest here in what's the value of export sales reporting. The whole idea behind export sales reporting, which is companies who make big export sales are required to report flash sales. So if they make a big sale, the function here is to push that information into the market, to see to be able to observe and see the value of that report. Does it have value? How is this function? What can we do here to think about how this information flows into the marketplace? Maybe that's a little over academic, but that's my job. And I think that there are lots of things that I'd like to interact with on CFTC that have nothing to do with enforcement, but have a lot to do with market function.
Interesting. So we'll just throw this one out there to the group, and who wants to field it. USDA, and this is coming from the audience, USDA NASS recently announced a number of reductions in state reports for livestock, dairy, poultry, eggs, and cotton. Do you think this loss of data can be replaced by the industry? And if not, what do you think will be the impact on the market?
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly address that. Yeah, it's a real disappointment to see the loss of data, because it's so important for functioning, whether it be for our livestock insurance programs or whether it be for the data that we use to analyze decisions corporately, for our customers, county yield data, in number of states being surveyed in the cattle inventory reports, et cetera, cattle and feed reports. And it goes back to trust. I was surprised by the feedback we got from our customers on this. And it was very rapid and sharp, the feedback that we got from our customers. And I was trying to think how to communicate this. My wife and I have been married for more than 40 years, more than 4 decades. And we built a strong relationship of trust in everything, because we're working toward common goals and objectives. And we recently had a problem with a lot of dry rots in our siding. We had to reside the house, and that's rather expensive to do. So we had to sacrifice in order to do that. And so we were mutually committed to that sacrifice for the objective at hand. And once we'd saved that money, if I'd gone out and bought a boat, that would have broke the trust. That would have broke the trust, because that was outside of our objective. And I could argue the value of that boat significantly. There was great value and importance to that boat, but it wasn't the objective. When I started my career, I started off working for the USDA as a county extension agent in Greensburg, Kansas. Wonderful job. And got to experience the trust between USDA and the agricultural industry. I pull onto a farmer's place, welcome, open arms, handshake. Pull into the local co-op, same thing. Local farm equipment dealer, same thing, because of this trust relationship between the ag industry and USDA. And what I found out over the last 48 hours or so is our customers know how to use Google, and they've been Googling the public budget of the USDA. And they see how the USDA is spending their money, and are saying, USDA just bought a boat and now they can't side the house. That's kind of how they feel. And you can argue that, but that's the sense of betrayal that our customers have communicated to us in that trust relationship. And it's vital information. It may seem minor and stuff, but that's kind of how our customers have communicated to us.
Seth, you said you had a comment there.
Oh, you can see it on my face.
Comments, maybe plural.
I should preface this by, I don't like what NASS had to do, but let me iterate, had to do. I think characterizing it as a boat, NAS didn't buy a boat. NAS was given and allotted a certain amount of money. Now, there may be a boat someplace else in the U.S. government. Fine, you guys talk about the boat elsewhere in the U.S. government. Fine, but don't get me wrong. I think it is incredibly unfortunate that we will not have a July cattle report in the midst of a sharp contraction in the cattle cycle and record high feeder and fed cattle prices over the last 12 months. There is a lot of value in that report. But if there's a boat in the US government, it wasn't a NAS decision to purchase it. And so I think that this gets back to, NAS essentially got a flat budget, but they're also told you got to pay your people more, okay? Which means it's actually less funds for this. They're doing a bunch of things behind the scenes, trying not to cut reports, but they got to come up with the shortfall. I don't like where they had to come up with the shortfall, but we also got a late budget. So choices are, I think it is, so for me, the complaint is, and I have to be careful here, there isn't a boat for which NAS could say, let's sell the boat. That has to occur elsewhere. That decision has to occur elsewhere. And it is incredibly unfortunate that the cattle report sits out at the end of the fiscal year with a late budget, and there aren't many good choices. You could say, let's cut this other report. You got to come up with a budget savings that covers that. I think that this is a reminder that these are not I think anything more than $5 is a lot of money. But when I think about $600 or $700 or $800,000 for some of these things in the grand scheme of government, there's a lot of value there. You cut three basic things. You got county level estimates. Now, that doesn't, as a markets guy, short-run markets guy, that doesn't matter to me per se, but it matters for government programs that use that data. You got cotton objective yields. There may be a period where cotton yield estimates are, I don't know, you'd have to talk to NAS. Does that mean that there's a period in time where yield estimates might be a little less certain? I don't know. How does that handle market function? And finally, we got a cattle report in July that's not going to exist, reduces the value of the January report, both before and after it, and the July report the following year, because you don't have year-over-year information in a historic, in a contraction phase of the cattle cycle. But there's not a boat at NAS.
I would agree with that.
All right, good.
Well, the questions from the audience definitely get more and more serious. George, this one's for you. Is today your birthday?
Is today my birthday? That is true. Today is my birthday. Thank you. I don't know who in the audience. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Chuck, are you responsible for this?
So we are going to.
Well, that's right. Today, for those of you that are in the government, I do want to share this thing. For those of you in the government at age 62, which is what I turned today, that is a significant date in terms of one's retirement. I'm not ready to retire yet, don't worry, but there is a slight benefit. So thank you very much. This is very, Chuck, I hope you get a photo of this so I can send it to my wife. But
Sarah Coleman, one of our wonderful K-State students that delivered the treat, it's her birthday too. So happy birthday.
All right. Fantastic.
And so since we're all busy clapping, let's together thank our four panelists for their time and insights here today. And so thank you guys for your questions and participation, and enjoy the rest of the day.
I was eyeing that. All right, we're going to have a thank you panel. We're going to have a 20-minute break, and then we'll return to talk about voluntary carbon markets. So see you at 11. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. So we're going to, I want to make one announcement. You'll notice a couple cameras here at the back of the room. They are recording the panel sessions. If you could avoid walking in front of those cameras, the AV crew would be very appreciative. So I'll just make that kind of kickoff announcement. So we're moving into a session on voluntary carbon markets, and I want to introduce the moderator for this session. Then I'll let him introduce the panelists. Nathan Hendricks is a professor at Kansas State University in agricultural economics. Nathan teaches courses in policy analysis, water and land use economics, and does research in those areas as well. Really excited for this panel. This is obviously an emerging and evolving topic.
of where it's going, and really look forward to hearing what the panel has to say. So let's welcome the panel to the stage, and Nathan, it's all yours.
All right. All right, well, thank you. Thank you for the panelists to join us. Thank you to Matt, Kara, and Sean here. And so, their bios, just a reminder, those are in the program that you can see a bit more information about them. And also, there will be time at the end for questions. So, encourage you to be using that QR code to be putting in your questions. We'd love to get to those at the end here. Also, a reminder that Sean works for USDA, so obviously anything that he says represents his personal views and not necessarily the views of USDA or the United States. And so this is certainly a valuable discussion of voluntary carbon credit markets and some new issues that are arising in this market. And this goes beyond agriculture, but certainly agriculture plays an important role in these voluntary carbon credit markets as well. And derivatives also could have an important role in these carbon credit markets. And this session is certainly relevant right now because the CFTC proposed guidance on listing voluntary carbon credit derivative contracts in December. They were open for public comments. Those comments closed in mid-February, and now they are in the process of reviewing those comments. And you'll notice CFTC is not on the panel today, and they did give a statement though. So I'll give, and that's because they are reviewing those comments. So I'll give a few bullet points that CFTC provided in some of their statement on this. As proposed, the non-binding guidance outlines factors that DCMs should consider when addressing certain provisions of the Commodity Exchange Act and CFTC regulations that are relevant to the listing for trading of voluntary carbon credit derivative contracts. The guidance would not establish new regulatory requirements and would instead set forth guidance that DCM should consider to help ensure compliance with the existing requirements. And then last, CFTC staff is not participating on today's panel as the staff is actively considering the nearly 90 public comments submitted in mid-February and focusing its policymaking efforts to finalize a guidance for commission consideration later this summer. So just to get us started out on this session, I think it's useful to start back at the beginning and really just ask what is the voluntary carbon market? And so Matt, would you start us out and just kind of give a little bit of overview of the voluntary carbon market?
Sure, thanks. So to you, and thanks for having me here today, and thanks to all the audience members on the second day. We appreciate you. It's a full room here, so thank you. So maybe to put the voluntary market in context, we can start by describing the overall carbon markets. And they're divided primarily into two. So there's the compliance markets, and those examples of those are the market in California and the market in the EU, where the instruments that are traded are allowances that are issued by the government, and those tend to be liquid markets with a lot of structure and definition. The voluntary market is really almost at the other end of the spectrum of that. Right now, there is a lack of structure. It's a relatively new market, and there's quite a heterogeneity of the types of credits that are available. There is no compliance requirement, and the participation in that market by primarily companies, but also maybe even individuals, is on a voluntary basis.
Yeah, great. And where does for the voluntary market, where's the demand coming from? What's the source of demand for these credits?
The driver of the demand predominantly today is corporations, and their interests in participating in the market are really a function of the demands of investors and customers. That's really, because it is voluntary, a lot of the participation today is part of broader sustainability goals. There are some companies that have made explicit net zero commitments or emissions reduction commitments, and they really go through three phases. The first phase is to measure the carbon footprint of the business. That's been ongoing now for a period of time. I'd say that really started meaningfully in around 2017. The second phase is to then try to reduce the amount of emissions from their operations where possible. And then the third phase is for hard to abate emissions that are going to be either really expensive or even impossible to reduce any further. for those, they look to the voluntary market where they can buy carbon credits, in our case, carbon removal credits, to mitigate and offset those emissions that they're going to have a hard time reducing.
Okay, great. And Kara, could you speak a little bit to what's the value of derivative contracts in these voluntary credit markets, and what's kind of the current status of derivative markets?
Sure, great question, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So, and I think what Matt did, and we talked about this before, was great, because compliance and voluntary markets are, you can't talk about one without the other. And eventually, at some point in the future, they could converge, depending on how the regulation shakes out. So right now, let me start with the compliance markets, because that's where on the derivative side, we see a lot more liquidity and robust trading. So the 5 biggest markets are, in the US, it's California. And then you've got the EU and the UK, their emissions trading scheme, which is the ETS. And then also in the US, you have what's called RGGI, which is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is a series of states primarily on the East Coast of the US. And then you've got actually Washington State, and they have just proposed to potentially link with California, which is part of Quebec too. So those are your 5 biggest compliance programs. Off those programs, we list the secondary market, which is the derivative contracts. And you see very liquid, deep, robust markets there. It offers price transparency for folks, and just, I think, is a great accompaniment to the spot market. On the voluntary side, at least on ICE, and I know a few other exchanges have some voluntary credits. We currently have 2 voluntary carbon credits listed over in our UK exchange. I will say this, and we're going to probably talk about this a lot today. The voluntary carbon market, and specifically in the derivative side, is very fledgling. It's nascent. It's emerging. There's not a huge amount of liquidity. I think people are trying to dip their toes into it, but not a lot of demand. And I think the 830 panel did a great job about how do you list a futures contract, and you need to have some interest. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. So I think people are looking at it and trying to figure out how we can add value and transparency. It's just really not developed at this point.
And Sean, from USDA's perspective, what's their role in supporting these carbon credits?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, and thanks for CFTC for convening this and for having all of us. I think it's been refreshing to see the Commission's engagement here, whether it's the Chairman's climate-related market risk subcommittee, and then this new initiative, this guidance that comments are being processed on. So and a really important discussion, and appreciate Matt and Kara sort of teeing it up. For the Department of Agriculture, we think about the potential for voluntary carbon credits to be one of multiple revenue streams that Secretary Vilsack thinks can be created for farmers, ranchers, foresters, rural communities through the adoption of climate smart, regenerative, and more sustainable production practices. So that's the carbon credit discussion is one part of a larger priority for the Secretary and for the administration. I could spend the whole panel talking about the whole sort of across the waterfront at USDA about what we're doing here, but it includes, just very briefly, spending down and deploying the significant resources in the Inflation Reduction Act that were delivered to USDA to, among other things, help farmers and ranchers adopt these more sustainable practices through our traditional farmer and rancher conservation programs. A new initiative that we've set up called the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities that provides additional support for unique partnerships of producers to pull together across a landscape level and really show how commodity production can be done in a way with these climate smart practices, and can also create not just the potential for a carbon credit revenue stream, but also a value-added commodity revenue stream, which is again sort of a North Star. How are we investing in these rural communities and creating these revenue opportunities? On the carbon credit and the voluntary carbon market piece specifically, we have a host of things going on. So one, the Congress in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2018, that's one of those really scintillating titles, as they always do, included a bill that was a very robustly bipartisan bill called the Growing Climate Solutions Act. And the Growing Climate Solutions Act tried to address several of the issues that contribute in part to what Kara mentioned that makes these sort of nascent and fledgling. There are a lot of barriers to entry for farmers and ranchers in these carbon markets, and there's a ton of reasons for that. The Growing Climate Solutions Act tried to tackle a few of them. One, not having any real handle on what the protocols, and we're getting into some wonky terminology here, but sort of the steps that a farmer has to follow to create one of these credits. There are a host of different protocols, and it's hard to know which ones work for ag, versus which ones are better for forestry, other projects. The Growing Climate Solutions Act has USDA tasked with setting up a public process to evaluate all those protocols and then publishing a list of the ones that are actually workable for producers, right? We think about things like both reliability and integrity, but also how are they cost effective? How do we not make the economics work so our verification costs don't make the cost of generating the whole credit totally uneconomical? So we're working on that standards piece right now. There's also a provision in the bill that puts USDA in charge of certifying both technical assistance providers and verifiers. And those have to be two separate people, but the folks who can help farmers actually create these things that they can then sell on the open market, including through Matt's program, and actually make that money from that carbon credit and bring that revenue stream into their community and their farm. So can talk more about the Growing Climate Solutions Act. We've done a series of steps to implement that bill already. We put out a comprehensive report of the state of carbon markets in the voluntary space last October. Recently, we just put out an additional report in February that outlined the Secretary's justification for moving forward with the program. And we'll continue to move towards that public process, which I mentioned before, to take input on the standards and the protocols that will contribute to the further implementation of the bill. Just one more thing I'll mention on what we're doing to support the voluntary market. This is more on the forestry side of the house, and we have at the U.S. Forest Service not only a public land manager that manages almost 200 million acres of public forest or national forests, but we also have the world's largest forestry research organization and a whole state, private, and tribal forestry arm that thinks about working with the private forest landowners, tribal forest landowners, and others who are interested in doing more sustainable management and long-term management of the forest land they own. When we think about how that land ties into voluntary carbon markets, it's traditionally been very difficult for anyone who owns less than, say, 10, 20,000 acres of forest land to participate. The economies of scale, the transaction costs just haven't penciled out. One of the things that Congress put in the Inflation Reduction Act that the USDA Forest Service is now picking up is a new grant program to help a lot of those smaller acreage and underserved forest landowners aggregate their projects into a larger sort of instrument that can then be traded on one of these voluntary carbon markets. It's called our Forest Landowner Support Program. Our Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment announced the first round of awards, about $150 million to those small acreage and underserved forest landowners at the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff just a few weeks ago. So between broader work on climate, I mentioned Inflation Reduction Act, the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities, and then work that is specifically supporting potential entry into these voluntary carbon markets, Growing Climate Solutions Act, Forest Landowner Support, a whole bunch of other things. We're doing quite a bit in this space, so appreciate the opportunity to be here and be part of the conversation.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful to think about the broad scope of what's going on there. Okay, so one of the issues, one of the challenges in a derivative contract in voluntary carbon credits is deciding what qualifies for delivery. And would one of you speak to kind of what are some of the challenges there? What's some of the discussion in deciding what qualifies for delivery?
Sure, I can start. So maybe just to for those that are unfamiliar with NORI, we kind of pick up where Sean and the USDA leave off as it relates to issuing credits. So NORI is an integrated issuer, registry, and marketplace for carbon removal credits specifically. And historically, NORI has focused exclusively on soil organic carbon credits. Going forward, we'll diversify. We will offer a variety of different kinds of credits, but that's where we've got our start, and then that start began about 7 years ago. So NORI's been one of the pioneers in working in the space to help develop it for quite some time now. So when we think about, in my background, prior to joining NORI is 25 years in capital markets, building and operating primarily financial exchanges across a variety of different asset classes, including equities, futures, commodities, and currencies. So when I joined NORI, part of the exciting part for me was to bring a lot of knowledge and experience from building markets in a regulated, more mature environment to this nascent industry. And when I think about futures contracts and how they can be brought to bear for price discovery, for liquidity, to help organize the market, for risk management, you need to have quality credits that can underpin those contracts. And then you need to define what is quality. What are the characteristics, the attributes of the credit that make them meet a good delivery standard? So we actually submitted a comment letter in response to the CFTC's request for comment. And we described a few of those attributes. And because there's a diversity of credit types, so we deal today with soil organic carbon. One of the newer, more exciting carbon credit types is something called direct air capture, where the carbon is removed through a more engineered process. There's enhanced rock weathering, there's biochar, so there's a variety of different credit types. And each of those is going to have slightly different attributes, just because essentially, if you abstract it a bit, the manufacturing process for those credits is different across the credit types. So when we think about the contract, the futures contract, it's hard to be prescriptive right now because the types of credits that are being brought to market are evolving. The science is getting better, thinking is getting improved, but we do need some structure. And the starting point is to define the attributes of each of those credit types and then describe those in the definition of the futures contract and or the DCM's rulebook so that the market participants know this is what constitutes good delivery against the contract.
Sure, and I appreciate those comments, and we appreciate the CFTC publishing the guidance, and the topic is very relevant. I think something that we've been looking at is there should be a development of some global standards around voluntary carbon credits, and given that right now the spot market's not regulated, right? It's not like USDA is there or other markets where we could draw similar parallels. The spot market needs to develop a little bit more, and then the secondary market can follow. So I think that IOSCO, which is a global standard setter, or there's something called, and I'm going to use a lot of acronyms here for this space. It's ICM or ICVCM, which is the Core Carbon Principles, is another similar body, and we think that those would be well placed to come up with principles that these voluntary carbon markets and credits can follow and then audit themselves against. It's a very similar construct to what we have, and maybe this is more familiar with some of those, to the indices or PRAs, which are price reporting agencies for the oil markets. And when you have a benchmark that will follow these principles and then audit themselves against it, and then the DCM can list a contract which settles to it. And so we think that's a great parallel and comparison, which we'd like to see the VCM market adopt, and then therefore it would be the same standards for the exchange, and we would just basically in the terms and conditions list the index provider or provide that information, and then the DCM can reasonably rely on the crediting program that they followed give us assurances that they followed these principles that are developed by these regulatory bodies. Or no, they're not regulatory bodies, but they're standard setters, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of echo particularly the sentiments that Kara just outlined, that the integrity of these credits is very, very important in the value proposition to farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. Because if there's not confidence that the emissions reductions or the carbon sequestrations are real, the value goes from here and just keeps going down, right? And I think that the sort of emergence of some of these validating organizations, the ICVCM, I think Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets, I think is what that rolls right off your tongue. And some of the others is really important. USDA doesn't play that role. We don't have the authority to play that role. But as I sort of outlined before, we've got sort of the scaffolding and infrastructure that can help support that, both in that authority under Growing Climate Solutions Act, but also in the amount of resources that we're investing in measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verifying greenhouse gases as they pertain to the ag and forestry sector. That's a body of work. That's an effort that we've had for decades through our research agencies. I mentioned the Forest Service. We also have our ag research agencies and a whole office of environmental markets that's been thinking about this. Again, the Inflation Reduction Act gave a significant shot in the arm to that effort. $300 million specifically to USDA to think about how to improve the accuracy of those models, how to invest more in actual soil sampling sites, right? We have a new, as part of that $300 million, a new 5,000 site soil sampling network that we're standing up that literally we're going to reduce those error bars where we can have better confidence in how much carbon soil is sequestering when you adopt these practices. That in turn helps heighten the integrity of these credits that are generated and increase confidence in the market. Again, all with a hope that producers can see the benefits of this potential revenue stream alongside their traditional cash crop and other opportunities. Great.
So
Actually,
voluntary
if
carbon
I
markets.
could pick up on that.
Go ahead.
Maybe just, I think this is a really important point. And again, that scaffolding is really, the underpinning is really critical for firms like ours. So if we're thinking about the development of the market in the long run, and we want the market to operate with integrity, there has to be confidence in the underlying credit. And our view is that right now, because the market isn't liquid, it's not mature, you can't confidently determine what the price of sale of, let's say, a soil organic carbon credit is. It makes the economics pretty challenging to try to predict for farmers. So if they're looking at, well, if I want to participate in this market, how much money can I make? How much can I sell the credits for? And can I sell them in the volume that I expect to be able to create? Without a robust, liquid, transparent market, that's a really tough equation to model. And so a lot of farmers are not doing it. There's something like approximating 900 million acres of arable land in the US, and something like only 13.5 million of that is farmed under regenerative practices. So if we want to get that to scale, we need to make the economics work for the farmers. To make the economics work for the farmers, we have to increase the price of the credits and the liquidity in the market. And to do that, we have to increase the integrity of the credits. So efforts like this and all of this discussion about standards is critically important, because ultimately, what determines the price? It's the confidence that the buyer has that they're buying something real. And soil organic carbon is a pretty abstract concept for a lot of people, and it's not precisely measured. You're talking about measuring carbon content in millions or hundreds of thousands, millions of acres of farmland. You can't go measure every square foot. And so you have to have some way to approximate it, and then you have to make sure that when you're approximating it, you're being conservative. And it's a statistical model. The measurement can improve the confidence in, the technologies can improve the confidence in the measurement, but you still have to haircut it and be conservative so that you're not over-issuing credits based on the actual carbon content. And that's really, I think, some of the very fundamental underpinnings of what constitutes a quality credit.
So voluntary markets aren't new. We've seen this before. We saw the Chicago Climate Exchange collapse in 2010. Is this time different? And what do you see as kind of the future of voluntary carbon credits? And if so, if it is different, what makes it different this time?
I'm happy to give a couple initial thoughts here. And I was working in Congress in 2010. When that all happened, Congress had passed the Waxman-Markey bill, which was an economy-wide approach to mitigating climate change. That never went anywhere in the Senate. And then this, you alluded to the Chicago Climate Exchange. So 14 years ago now, I think a couple key things have changed. One, it perhaps goes without stating, but I think that extreme weather has become a much more top of mind issue in rural communities and for farmers and ranchers. We think about what happened in Florida this last year, significant just place-based entire losses of entire crops for a year because of derechos, because of late freezes, because of other catastrophic weather events. I think that's brought the issue a little bit more top of mind for folks. There's also, I think, been much greater recognition since 2010 in the science we were just talking about in the last question that underpins a lot of this. This stuff is real. It's not just window dressing or sort of abstract. There was a very seminal paper published by a bunch of researchers, but headed by a guy named Joe Fargione from the Nature Conservancy in 2018, I want to say, Matt, you might know. But 5-6 years ago, that really started looking at the potential of climate mitigation, particularly of nature-based solutions like ag and forestry. And for me, that seemed like a big turning point where all of a sudden you saw a lot of articles written, you saw a lot of research money flowing to these issues. So those are just a couple that just sort of top of mind represent what's changed between now and then. But yeah.
To add, I think it goes back to what we see in the compliance markets. They're robust, they're liquid, they're big, and it's driven by government mandates. But in addition to what we see in the carbon credit compliance space, you see renewable energy credit, the RECs, very heavily traded. We see RINs. There's a lot of focus on the environmental contracts, on emissions reductions. And I think you've got a lot more players in the market. Like you talked about earlier, you have corporates, you have investors, you have consumers. There's a variety of factors that are driving companies to engage in these markets. So I think that you've got a much more robust compliance and just general environmental market. And you can see this will be another new contract, a new product. And once the spot market develops a bit more, I think the secondary market will follow.
I'd say the fundamentals are probably substantially better than they were 14 years ago. And we've seen this in a variety of other markets, and these types of things, I think, go back at least 4 centuries, where there's some sort of catalyst. There's a new product, a new regulation, a new technology that emerges. There's a lot of enthusiasm about the capability and the potential of a market, but the fundamentals just aren't there yet. The market gets ahead of itself, a lot of capital flows in, people see opportunity, there's often opportunists who pile into the market, and then when it becomes clear that the fundamentals may not arrive as quickly as people expected or wanted, then the fast money flows out, and what's left are really the people that are committed to the market that are then going to set about doing the hard work to build it and invest in the fundamentals. So for 14 years since the Chicago Climate Exchange, you have scientists, academics, business people, policymakers, regulators, technologists who have all been spending the last 14 years working on improving those fundamentals. There's still a long way to go, and the voluntary carbon market doesn't have any shortage of examples where you have bad actors, but it's not exclusive to the voluntary carbon market. And I think it's with every market, there are going to be examples of bad actors. You need to root them out, but it doesn't mean that the market itself is rotten. There's strong fundamentals in the voluntary carbon market, and those are only going to improve in time. And this type of conversation, the efforts of the CFTC, I think, are examples of how we get on that path to ongoing and continued improvement.
One other thing that just sort of is a little bit aside, but I think related to this discussion of what's changed is that, in the last decade plus, I think widespread recognition that consumers who are interested in the same commodities that are grown on these pieces of private land have cared. The market for those traditional cash crops has turned a lot more towards folks caring about how they were grown, with what types of animal welfare practices, with what types of sustainability practices. And as producers have adapted towards that market direction, a lot of the same practices that can provide additional benefits in that arena are the same types of practices that we would think about needing to deploy on the land to generate a voluntary carbon credit. So there's a little bit of a market pull, not a carbon market pull, but a commodity market pull that I think has sort of moved alongside this and maybe made some of those conversations a little easier.
Great. All right, we have a question from the audience. This one's for Kara. Could you please speak to ICE's carbon credit futures contracts and liquidity?
That's a great question. As I said, the markets are a little different. California is the largest in the U.S. It's very liquid. It's linked to Quebec, and Washington is going to link there. We see robust trading there. And then, overseas, we have UK auctions. The EU has these are for their ETS schemes. They're very robust markets. Europe is a little bit ahead of us in terms of regulation and requirements in their compliance markets. So I think generally that lends to a lot more liquidity because of the mandates there. But definitely we see it is a largely growing segment of our exchanges. There's a lot of new products, a lot of new trading counterparties out there. So it's robust and it's growing.
Great. And another one, does anybody, this is going back to the ICVCM, all right, so we heard a bit about that and we got the acronym there. Does anyone have a comment on ICVCM certifying 3 certification standards but not Vera's carbon standard? I don't know if anybody would have a comment on that or not. Yeah, that's fine if we don't.
I don't have, I think I don't have a comment on that question specifically. I do think what prompts it or what is born out of it is a notion that we've all circled around, that this is still a little bit of a emerging sector here when we think about land-based voluntary carbon credits, and there's a lot going on. Some of the work, and just parochially tying it back to some of the work we're doing, but we're trying to make a little bit of sense of it in the implementation of Growing Climate Solutions Act, but also this investment in trying to reduce those error bars, that $300 million I mentioned before. So there's going to be growing pains in any market like this, and I think what's certified under this or what does this standard do that this one doesn't are important and healthy discussions to be having. We're not going to solve that here, but it's I think a good thing to be having a healthy debate about this stuff, because again, there's not confidence in these credits, then we're nowhere. It's not good for the climate, but it's also not good for the producers that we're hoping will generate them.
As a general statement, maybe about the registry. So Vera, one of the names that was in the question, is one of the more, if you can call it, traditional registries in the market. And the registry model, I think, for good intentions, tends to be the registries tend to be nonprofits. And so that, in the beginning, I think what the logic there was to try to have a non-commercially driven registry to manage what might otherwise be potential conflicts of interest around credit issuance. The challenge, in my estimation right now with that model, is that because it's not commercially driven, the registries now have become essentially a bottleneck to the industry. It takes 18 to 24 months to register a new project or to create a new standard. And so you have a nonprofit constraining the growth of an entire industry, and that's just not going to work. So their efforts are laudable, and a lot of the work I think we can draw upon, but as with any kind of first draft of an industry, now we have an opportunity to rethink that and look at what does Registry 2.0 look like. And this is going to be a really important topic when we start to talk about deliverability of the underlying. So what constitutes a registry that's a good delivery location, in the same way that you would look at good delivery locations for other commodities. So no specific comment on any given standard, but I think there's an opportunity to rethink and improve on that model.
Okay. Another question from the audience was, won't unregulated countries just continue to sell credits cheaper than we can produce them? How do we keep this from becoming a wealth transfer from US, Europe to Asia, Africa with no environmental impact? Comment on that.
I might not point the mic, but I'd be very interested in hear what our more market-oriented folks think. I mean, my general reaction to that is that that's what markets are for, to sort out what are low quality credits that don't actually have that environmental benefit. And then the places that do not have the requisite safeguards in place will then no longer be seen as a place we should go, a potential buyer should go to invest in climate mitigation, because those tons, either avoided or sequestered, aren't actually materializing. So, I think that there's a lot of parts of this discussion. There's a regulatory piece, there's a voluntary incentive-based kind of subsidy piece. Those are our traditional conservation programs that USDA administers. And then there's a sort of separate non-governmental piece, this market piece that can drive some of that behavior too. And hopefully markets can correct for something like that. I'm going to put you guys on the spot, but
No, I think that's right. I think a big part of it is starting with having a reference point for what is good. So if we have credits that we can look to and say, these are good reference points for good credits, I think the market's starting to understand that things are not necessarily mispriced. So these really cheap credits, when it turns out that there's a problem with the underlying project, and there is, for those who haven't read it, there's an article that was in the New Yorker last fall. It's a long one, which I think is kind of a redundant statement for New Yorker articles. But it's incredible. It's an amazingly reported story, but there's an expose on a project in Zimbabwe called the CRMER project, where there were all kinds of problems. And there were articles that came out in New Yorker and in The Guardian. And The Guardian likes to write critical articles about the industry generally. But there are companies that bought those credits, and their names show up in those articles. So coming back to the opening question about what's the motivation for some of these participants in the market, if the motivation is to burnish your sustainability and climate credentials for your investors and customers, and then your name is showing up in an article about a dodgy project for credits that are of questionable quality, you're at odds at what your original objective was. So I think the market will help to correct, and I think the way we can accelerate that is to have that reference point of what is a good credit that people can start to reason about the other credits and why they may be so cheap.
Yeah, great. Okay, for question for Sean, is the administration doing anything to regulate climate auditors along the lines as the U.S. regulates financial auditors? If not, is the administration concerned about validating offset integrity?
So there are a couple components to how we think about voluntary carbon credits and the markets they exist in as a broader administration, I think, that are important to just mention up front here. One, when we think about climate mitigation overall, the addressing climate change writ large, it probably goes without saying for us up here, maybe it's probably bears saying out loud, very aggressive emissions cuts from emitting sectors, think about electricity, we think about transportation, need to be a priority, right? Those are critically important if we're going to meet the goals that the country has signed up for to mitigate climate change. But there are incredibly hard to abate sectors. Aviation is one of them. Others that are potential purchasers of offsets from NORI and other places. There are hard to abate sectors that if we think about high integrity credits being used to potentially help them reach their climate mitigation goals, these voluntary credits can play a role in a comprehensive strategy that, again, starts with aggressive emissions cuts. In terms of what we're doing, maybe I didn't sort of outline it as articulately before. One of the components of the Growing Climate Solutions Act is actually calls on USDA to look at the standards for what makes a good protocol, what makes a good credit, and then to certify both the verifiers, the potential verifiers of those credits, and the technical assistance providers that can help a farmer or a rancher or a forest landowner figure out how to get started in this space. Right now, there's just a very confusing web of options. Some are internal to supply chains, some are external markets. And producers, a lot of times we hear a farmer or rancher say, I'd love a new revenue stream, but I don't know where to get started. So we are actually, as we continue to implement the Growing Climate Solutions Act, eventually going to have a sort of a clearinghouse, a list on our website where you can go and search, I'm interested in doing this. Who can I find in my state or my county that is a smart person in this? They have the requisite credentials to know how to help me out. And then which companies have a verifier in my area that can come and verify my project. So we're doing that. It's a voluntary effort, to show up on that list. You're gonna have to submit to us those credentials. We're gonna do a quality check and make sure that everything's in order there. But the hope is that a producer who's interested in getting involved, who's interested in building that additional revenue stream into their operation, can have confidence in looking at the USDA website and saying, hey, these are some people who can help me out and who can actually monetize this.
Another question is, what happens to a landowner who has a carbon contract with a carbon credit company that goes under? I don't know, Matt, can you speak to that a little bit of this? I think, right, you've got a contract, and then if there's a change in the farmer, how does that contract go through after that?
Is it clear if the question is who goes under in the question? Is it the crediting company or the farmer?
Let's see. What happens? I think it's the farmer, right? I think it's if the farmer goes under.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, maybe it's the carbon credit company goes under. Give us both. How about that? What happens in each one? What the farmer goes under, what the carbon credit company?
So let me start with the farmer. This is known as, or commonly referred to as, reversal risk in the parlance. So if you are a purchaser of, let's say, a soil organic carbon credit, and I'll talk about NORIs just because it's a concrete example. So we have a 10-year contract with the farmers. When we sell the credits, we talk about them having a 10-year lifespan, which is a little bit different and creates some constraints about the utility of the credit for, let's say, an emissions reduction for net zero purposes. It's a little bit of a technicality, but we have a contractual arrangement with the farmer. If they breach the contract, then there's obviously the legal system through which we could pursue recovery. That'll be a long and fairly complicated process. So the contract law is the first mechanism to defend against a change that would impair the credit that a buyer has purchased. What I find really exciting and interesting, again, bringing concepts from traditional financial markets into this market, and one that I don't have deep expertise in, but from the insurance markets, there are now companies that will write insurance policies that can manage the reversal risk. So soil organic carbon, you have the risk of flood or pest, or the farmer just deciding to go back to tilling, or whatever may cause a reversal. That's one set of risks particular to soil organic carbon. There are other risks that are particular to the different credit types that I mentioned earlier, direct air capture and some of these others. So you can now buy an insurance policy to help manage some of those risks. And those insurance policies are actually underwritten by real markets. So Lloyd's of London and backers like Swiss Re. So you're talking about real balance sheet. So this is one of the things I think is really interesting, because you have someone who's actually pricing those risks, and they're on the hook for it. You can have all the standards in the world, and they're laudable efforts, and I think they're useful tools, but what skin in the game do they have? So if there's a problem that happens with a credit as a result of one of those standards, who ultimately bears the cost of that? In the case of these insurance products, it's the underwriter. So I think that's another important addition to this market. When we talk about the fundamentals and the infrastructure, I think that's a pretty exciting and important part of it. If the credit issuer goes under, then really you have to, I think probably an important question is, where do those credits that were issued live? Are they still available? And can somebody pick them up and carry them forward? In our case, and this gets a little bit technical, but we create our credits on what's called a public blockchain. So it's essentially a database that's perpetual. We don't control it. It's fully visible. So when we create the credits and retire them, it's completely public and visible and transparent to anyone who cares to look. That blockchain will exist whether Nori exists or not, and those credits will be there available so someone else could carry it forward after we were gone if that were to be an outcome.
And then enforcement of that contract would continue even with the carbon credit company going under? How would that?
That gets probably pretty complicated into, what would be the reason for the issuing entity no longer existing. It was a bankruptcy or something else. I think it would be probably specific to the circumstances.
Yeah, interesting. For Sean, could carbon market participation become necessary for FSA and USDA farm programs, loans, et cetera, going forward?
No. Listen. The approach that we take at the department is, when we think about climate, is very much one rooted in incentives, in voluntary participation, and in catering the programs and the initiatives and the efforts that we have towards flexibility and meeting producers where they are, right? So I think that there is no discussion about tying eligibility for some of our risk management programs or other things that are, frankly, a little bit out of my bailiwick, but no discussion at all about tying them to some sort of different standard like the one we're discussing here.
Yeah. Do the European guidelines provide a thoroughly thought out certification system that the US participants can follow, or does the EU system leave a number of ambiguities that US participants need to think through?
We follow the developments. We're very focused on the US. We do have international customers today that buy the credits, but we do follow policy developments in the EU. As Karen mentioned, our view is that eventually the compliance markets and the voluntary markets are going to converge and it will all become compliant. So we have to pay attention to that. And our head of supply at Nori, I think, characterized it in a kind of funny, but I think accurate way. The Europeans seem to be throwing words at the problem where the Americans are throwing dollars at the problem. So in the EU, there's a lot of effort being placed on crafting definitions and standards very carefully, very thoughtfully, and we think they're doing a very good job of that. When that finally does go into place, and I think that's going to be over the course of the next couple of years, I think that will be a useful reference point for us. And then the question becomes, is there something of a Brussels effect where, because that becomes the standard in the EU, does that just essentially de facto get exported? And companies that operate multinationally just end up adopting that standard in the US, even if it isn't officially the standard.
Any other comments on differences between EU system and US?
No, I mean, I think that's correct that the EU is looking at it, again, because they have mandated compliance markets. That's a robust market, and they're looking at the voluntary. I mean, I should note that the states are also looking at it. California has, I think it's 1036. Don't quote me on the number of the bill, but that's out there right now. I think it made it through 2 committees. It was vetoed last year, but that's again on the voluntary carbon markets, disclosures, maybe concern about the integrity. But certainly I think that's going to be something maybe at a state level, or that folks are looking at.
Okay, should the registry or the DCO be responsible for ensuring the integrity of a carbon credit? I don't know if that should be DCM.
It should be DCM, and again, when we had a nice comment letter on this, we think that, as I mentioned before, it should be that the DCMs can reasonably rely on the insurances from the crediting program, but we really recognize a need for global standards from IASCO, ICBCM, CORSIA, which is the airline. There needs to be an adoption of some kind of standard setters globally that these programs will adhere to, audit themselves against, and then the DCM can rely on it. Very similar, as I said, to the PRA price reporting in oil, or to the indices, which follow those guidelines.
So as we wrap up, would each of you leave maybe one comment that you think is useful for people to leave with today? Matt, maybe I'll start with you.
Sure. So I think we've talked about a bit today about how we really need to allow the cash market to develop. And there are a lot of, I think, really well-intentioned folks in a much more academic setting that are defining these standards. And one of the common elements of the standards, and this was something that came up in the CFTC's guidance and request for comment, was a concept called additionality. And this is a concept where, in the case of soil organic carbon, to meet an additionality requirement, the money earned from selling the carbon credits in the voluntary market would have to be the sole motivation for a farmer to convert from conventional to regenerative practices. That's just frankly not going to work today as a requirement. It's just, as a starting point, it's putting an obstacle directly in front of the development of the market that is just not going to functionally work. It penalizes early adopters who have taken the risk and made the investment in adopting regenerative practices. It doesn't recognize the economics of farming today in terms of the need for some of the other incentive programs that are just going to be a requirement. So our view is we need to think about this from a systems level standpoint. If the goal is to convert at a systems level from conventional to regenerative agriculture and accrue all the benefits that will come with that, then it's great to have the definitions and want to achieve additionality as a requirement, but as a practical matter, it's an impediment to the growth of the market. So from our standpoint, to try to strike the balance when we work with farmers that have already adopted regenerative practices, we will allow them a 3-year back crediting, essentially a grandfathering of 3 years of carbon crediting. And that doesn't go back too far, but it goes back far enough that it can make the economics work for the farmers. If we get to the point where the market is liquid and the price increases enough, this may become a moot point, because if there's good, solid examples of farmers who have made the conversion profitably and there's a liquid market with reliable pricing, then the topic of additionality in that context may go away. But at least in the near term, we need to be pragmatic, and we have to think about what is it we're trying to accomplish and what do we need to do to get there to create that liquid spot market.
Kara?
That's pretty hard to follow. But as I said, I think once the spot market becomes a bit more robust and the standards are a little bit more transparent and developed, I think you'll see a secondary market follow, and we're really supportive of IASCO or some kind of other global standard setter taking the lead on that.
Anani?
I think there are a lot of really important detailed discussions about market development, which these two are much better equipped to discuss than I am. I think from the perspective of the Department of Agriculture, our North Star in this carbon market discussion is that it's our view that if we want to see greater maturation in the market, if we want to see more participation across the countryside, that we need to figure out a structure that provides real tangible benefits to the actual farmer, the actual rancher, the actual forest landowner, and the rural communities that they live in. If we can crack that nut, then you're going to see, I think, a lot more uptake, and it's going to take all of the sort of different components of this discussion working together to make sure that we see that revenue flowing to the person who's actually changing the practices on the ground. But that is a very important principle that Secretary Vilsack and the leadership of our department think about every day when we think about all aspects of our climate priority.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for participating in the panel. It was a really insightful discussion. So ask the audience to join me in thanking them.
Thanks, everyone, for your patience. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I thought it was an excellent lunch. And we've had a great morning. We have a couple more discussions. And first, we're going to kick off the post-lunch sort of keynote lunch with Jeff Schmidt, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. In his role, Jeff leads a workforce of close to 2,000 employees in Kansas City and its branch offices in Omaha, Denver, and Oklahoma City. The Kansas City Fed is responsible for conducting monetary policy, providing financial services to depository institutions and the U.S. Treasury, and supervising nearly 1,000 banking organizations across its 7-state region, which includes Western Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Colorado, Wyoming, and northern New Mexico. Jeff represents the 10th District on the Federal Open Market Committee, which sets monetary policy for the U.S. He participates in each FOMC meeting and will be a voting member in 2025. Before joining the Kansas City Fed in August of 2023, he served as president and CEO of the Southwestern Graduate School of Banking at Southern Methodist University and has had several decades of experience leading banks and began his career as an examiner at the FDIC. Jeff and I are going to sit down after some prepared remarks and have a little bit of a Q&A, but again, with earlier speakers, we want those questions to be driven for you, so use the QR code so that I can get the questions and ask. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming President Schmidt.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Chair. I am proud to be here, and it's a high honor to be part of the Federal Reserve System on your behalf. So I must say I've seen this much purple. I'm a Cornhusker, so to see Wildcat gear makes me a little nervous, but it also makes me longing for the Big 8. Those were good times. So, but it's super great to be here. Also gave me a nice chance to wear my master's tie. Now we have Fed watchers scattered throughout the building, so want to make sure that you're listening to the most important speech of your life and not watching what's going on in the Masters on your phone. Okay, so bear with me. This will be a lot of fun, and I can't wait for a little bit of Q&A. So the other thing that I'll mention before I get in my prepared remarks is, as a part of the FOMC and the Federal Reserve System, this relationship that we have and need to continue to grow is really important. I mean, clearly, commodities in so many different ways runs America, and price stability and how that connects, how we connect with each other and what's going on in your world is extremely important. So I really thank you for your time to be able to do this afternoon. Specifically, I want to thank the CFTC for the invitation, Center for Risk Management Education Research at Kansas State University. Here again, these collaborations are very important. The Federal Reserve has a governance structure that includes a lot of very important advisory councils. And so that's the beauty of what the Fed does, is it connects what's happening in Washington and the world to Main Street. And the more advice that you can give us on what the Fed's doing and how it's doing is really important to me as one of the leaders of the organization. Special thanks to Joe Parcell, Emily Garwood from Kansas State, Chuck Marvine, Russ Benham, thank you very much. It was really kind for you to ask me to do this. So let's kind of get into why this, I think, matters. Clearly, agriculture plays an important role in the economy, especially in this part of the country. While locally important, the factors that influence the ag economy are often global. Commodity markets are subject to shifting weather patterns, swings in global growth, and geopolitical developments. Commodity prices adjust quickly to these influences and provide a real-time signal on the balance between supply and demand. Commodity futures markets help communicate supply and demand conditions to a wider audience and allow users and producers to hedge price risk. The CFTC plays an important role in promoting the integrity and resilience of these markets through effective regulation. Just as in commodity markets, prices and inflation in the broader economy also reflect the balance between supply and demand. And as we have witnessed in recent years, a persistent imbalance between the two can lead to prolonged episodes of elevated price inflation. In my remarks here this afternoon, I will offer my thoughts on the evolution of imbalances in our economy and their implications for our progress towards low and stable inflation, as well as for the appropriate path for monetary policy. Congress has provided the Federal Reserve with two monetary policy mandates: price stability and maximum employment. The Fed interprets price stability to be consistent with a 2% inflation objective as measured by the annual change in the personal consumption expenditures price index. This measure aims to capture price movements across the vast array of goods and services purchased by consumers. During the post-pandemic economic recovery, inflation surged above 7%, a 40-year high, as robust demand ran up against supply bottlenecks and constraints on production. Although inflation has stepped down significantly since the Fed began raising rates in 2022, it remains above the 2% definition of price stability. Inflation has surprised to the upside since the beginning of the year and has run at roughly a 4% annual rate during the first quarter. This recent data underscores what I believe is the need for the Federal Reserve to be patient and wait for a clear and convincing evidence that inflation is on track to sustainably return to 2%. Looking ahead, I will be watching three factors to monitor progress towards our inflation goal. First, the tightness of the labor market and the consequent upward pressure on labor-intensive services prices. Second, the potential for an increased supply of labor to relieve labor market tightness. And third, the risk that renewed supply chain challenges could provide an unwelcome boost to inflation. Elaborating further on the first factor, elevated services price inflation is now the primary driver of overall inflation in the economy. For example, higher prices for healthcare services contributed significantly to the rebound in inflation since the beginning of the year. The production of many services tends to be labor intensive. As a result, strong services prices are being supported by tightness of the labor market and the ongoing imbalance between the economy's demand for workers and the available supply of labor. And demand for labor continues to be strong. This is evidenced by robust hiring and elevated wage growth. So far this year, firms added an average of 270,000 jobs per month to their payrolls, far above the historical norm. Postings for new positions also remain elevated, while initial claims for unemployment insurance have remained low for some time now. Indirectly, the ongoing tightness in the labor market has also pushed up the cost of housing, an important contributor to the current strength of overall inflation. New work arrangements and changing preferences increased the demand for living space during and after the pandemic, leading to a rapid increase in house prices and rents. After peaking near 9% in 2022, rent inflation moderated significantly last year. However, the contribution of rents to overall inflation remains well above the pre-pandemic rate. Research by staff at the Kansas City Fed suggests that the ongoing tightness in the labor market could keep rent inflation elevated for some time. Job gains and wage increases put upward pressure on rents and housing prices as income growth increases household demand for additional and higher quality living spaces. A second factor I'll be watching is the outlook for the supply of labor. Last year, the economy experienced a large increase in the workforce, especially women aged 25 to 55. In addition, the economy experienced a post-pandemic rebound in immigration over the last year. This improvement in the economy's ability to supply labor helped to ease tightness in the labor market. Despite these improvements in the supply of labor, wage growth continues to signal an imbalance between labor demand and the number of available workers to meet that demand. While wage growth has moderated from its recent peak, it remains elevated compared to early periods and likely is continuing to put upward pressure on services prices. Looking beyond wages, the Kansas City Fed's labor market condition indicators provide another way to measure the ongoing tightness in the labor market. These indicators, which are published monthly on the Kansas City Fed's website, summarize many different labor market variables into measures of activity and momentum. According to the most recent LMCI, activity in the labor market remains well above its longer run average level, suggesting that the labor market remains tight relative to historical norms. A third thing I will be keeping an eye on is a potential reacceleration in goods inflation. As robust demand for goods ran up against supply bottlenecks during the post-pandemic recovery, prices for many goods rose rapidly and contributed significantly to the overall increase in inflation. While prices for goods have been roughly flat over the past year, recent disruptions to global shipping imply some upside risk to goods prices going forward. Relatedly, energy prices are also up significantly since the beginning of the year, which poses an additional headwind to sustainably low and stable inflation. Ultimately, achieving better balance in the labor market will likely be necessary for Federal Reserve policymakers to deliver on our price stability mandate and achieve a 2% inflation. However, uncertainty remains as to the role that improvements in labor supply will play versus slower labor demand and rebalancing labor markets. While I welcome the significant growth witnessed in the economy's workforce last year, it remains unclear whether this rapid pace of supply improvement will continue going forward. With inflation still running above 2% and labor markets still tight, it is appropriate that monetary policy remain restrictive. Over the past 2 years, the FOMC has raised the federal funds rate by over 500 basis points and has started to unwind the large portfolio of security holdings it amassed on its balance sheet. All of this is in an effort to rebalance supply and demand in the economy and restore price stability. Even with these actions, the demand for goods and services has displayed remarkable resilience to higher interest rates. The economy continues to grow at a pace well above its longer run trend. Much of this increase in overall growth has been driven by strong consumer spending. With increasing house prices and equity markets near all-time highs, the strength of household balance sheets appears to be encouraging households to spend rather than save despite the high interest rates. Accordingly, the household saving rate remains near historic lows. Similarly, in the agricultural sector, although farm incomes are expected to be down this year, they remain well above their pre-pandemic levels. While higher interest expenses and reduced income may be weighing on some highly leveraged producers, the overall financial picture in agriculture remains strong. Most lenders report that credit quality of their farm portfolios has been strong. Loan delinquencies are still historically low, and profits of recent years continue to support strong balance sheets. In addition, despite the increase in interest rates over the past 2 years, farmland values remain firm alongside relatively strong global demand for agricultural products. The strength of global demand for agricultural products is a topic we will explore further in an event next month in Omaha, where we will look forward to connecting with a variety of businesses tied to agriculture to hear their thoughts on longer run factors shaping commodity markets. This ongoing resilience in the economy creates some uncertainty about the path of the federal funds rate that will be needed to restore price stability. With inflation running above target, economic growth continuing to show momentum, and elevated prices across a range of asset markets, the current stance of monetary policy is appropriate. Therefore, rather than preemptively adjusting the policy rate, I would prefer to be patient and wait for clear and convincing evidence that inflation is on track to hit our 2% target before we adjust the stance on our policy. Now I'd like to turn to another one of the Fed's policy tools, its balance sheet. While the level of the federal funds rate has held steady since July of last year, the Fed has continued to shrink the size of its balance sheet. As I see it, reducing the Fed's balance sheet is important for 2 reasons. First, balance sheet reduction helps reduce the overall degree of policy accommodation at a time when policy should remain restrictive. And second, moving towards a smaller balance sheet is important to lessen the Fed's footprint in financial markets. For some context, the balance sheet grew significantly as the Fed responded forcefully to the COVID-19 pandemic. To help stabilize the economy, the Federal Reserve purchased large quantities of treasuries and agency mortgage-backed securities. These purchases were carried out to reduce long-term interest rates and ensure financial markets continue to function amid lockdowns and historic uncertainty. Consequently, the Fed's balance sheet more than doubled from just under $4.5 trillion in 2019 to nearly $9 trillion in 2022. To fund these purchases, the Federal Reserve expanded quantity of reserves in the banking system. Since July of 2022, the FOMC has reduced its holdings by more than $1.5 trillion. However, the balance sheet remains large and continues to put downward pressure on long-term interest rates. With inflation running above target, a tight labor market, and historically high equity valuations, the economy and financial markets no longer require support from a large central bank balance sheet. Rather, given the state of the economy, my preference is for a much smaller balance sheet with a shorter average maturity. The Fed's large balance sheet and footprint can also obscure price signals and distort financial markets. Our holdings put downward pressure on longer-term rates and flatten the yield curve. This stresses the traditional model of borrowing and lending central to the health of many community banks. In addition, the Federal Reserve continues to hold a large fraction of the total outstanding stock of agency mortgage-backed securities. These significant holdings could distort the allocation of credit and lead to future imbalances. As the committee discussed in its principles for reducing the size of the balance sheet, I believe our balance sheet should primarily be composed of Treasury securities to minimize the effect of the Fed's holding on the price and allocation of credit in the economy. The Fed's large balance sheet is also suppressing price signals in funding markets. Fluctuations in interbank lending rates provide timely signals to market participants about liquidity conditions and funding markets. For some time now, the federal funds rate has traded consistently 7 basis points below the interest rate on reserve balances and has showed no sensitivity to fluctuations in reserves. This suggests that liquidity remains abundant. These price signals imply that our current pace of balance sheet reduction is not creating strains in the funding markets. However, unlike our previous balance sheet normalization in 2019, the Federal Reserve has established the standing repo facility, and banks have shown a greater willingness to use the discount window. If runoff began to unexpectedly stress funding markets and the spreads in the interbank market rose significantly, these liquidity tools would be available to prevent a significant increase in short-term market interest rates. As we learn about broader liquidity demand in the system through these price signals, I believe it will be important to tolerate some more normal volatility in interest rates. Tolerating some interest rate volatility during runoff could improve the longer-term health of funding markets, which may allow the financial system to operate with fewer reserves. With a constantly evolving financial system, the appropriate amount of reserves needed to efficiently conduct monetary policy will not be defined by a fixed quantity, but rather the ability of the financial system to redistribute the liquidity as needed. Consistent with the theme of my remarks today, price signals from markets will be necessary to help properly allocate this liquidity. Stopping balance sheet runoff too early poses a risk to further weakening the challenges of liquidity redistribution. Along these lines, completely smothering rate volatility could make the interbank market less resilient and sow the seeds of future financial market instability. With various unknowns surrounding the macroeconomic outlook, knowing the exact future course of monetary policy is always difficult. Jim Collins, the author, has been who has been influential in my thinking as a leader throughout my career. In his book, Great by Choice, he says that none of us can predict with certainty the twists and turns our lives will take. In a rapidly evolving economic and financial landscape, only 4 years after the outbreak of a global pandemic, this statement resonates with me. As a policymaker, though, I am certain that my colleagues and I on the FOMC will take necessary action to restore price stability and achieve maximum employment. For now, I view the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to achieve those objectives. Going forward, I'll be watching for further signs of progress in returning inflation sustainably back to our 2% target. Thank you very much.
Get comfortable.
Yeah,
we have to talk
the
about
the better part of this.
Yeah, we have to talk about your master's picks later.
Yeah,
on.
that's right.
So we do have a question, and I'm going to get to it. And please, reminders to make questions. But earlier this week, and you mentioned this, inflation report came in a little bit higher than expected. You mentioned your philosophy, being patient, seeing what the landscape is before taking any action. That seems fairly consistent, if not spot on with what Chair Powell has said himself and other members of the FOMC. What about this report, to the extent you dug into the details, surprised you? Because it wasn't expected. We know we're going to have these moves up and down. It's not going to be a smooth landing per se, but anything in particular that surprised you that you would otherwise not have expected?
So from my standpoint, and to this team of amazing economists we have at the Fed, we've always said that there's some very interesting dynamics going on in the labor market that really was part of the COVID experience. So things like how you work, where you work, the behaviors of the workforce, actually just the demographic supply of the workforce. I think from our standpoint, we've been fairly consistent with the thought that there's really, in the way of labor, I've got kind of these 3 H's that I like to keep track of. And you've got things like housing, hospitality, and several other factors in those large elements of the economy that need lots of labor. And because we don't necessarily have the right number of people in the workforce to create any slack, it seems to me we're going to continue to try to be challenged by the inflation in both cost of labor and then just the size of our labor force.
Yeah, I would think a lot of people, if not all in the audience, would suggest too, immigrant labor is a huge component of the success of U.S. production agriculture. That's been a challenge for the reasons you stated post-COVID, but also because of immigration policy, which we don't have to get into. But you can imagine across the board, across the country, it's been a challenge, labor itself. This is it's a good question, and I think there's a larger theme to it, but longer periods of high interest, tight labor market, high labor employment costs. This, in some respects, drives consolidation in markets and industries, right? Because the cost of capital is high. It's just higher to sustain, quite frankly, just a business model for smaller, mid-sized businesses. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We're seeing that in, I think, our infrastructure, but I think from an ag economy perspective, you're seeing a lot of consolidation from a production standpoint. How, if at all, do you view this as a concern and a risk for our national economy with longer periods of high interest rates, and what that might do in terms of shifting the diversity of production on any scale, whether it's agriculture or otherwise, because we're going to move away from small and mid-sized businesses per se to larger, more concentrated sectors.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. I mean, I got in the workforce in 1981. The first house we bought here was in Lenexa in the mid 80s, and we paid 12% for our mortgage. But as you've seen the economy consolidate, the 80s were very difficult. there's some interesting data coming out of the 90s, and then then we had all these shocks in the 2000s through the pandemic, and everybody's businesses and large and small, even banks. I mean, there were 15,000 bank charters when I started as a bank examiner. Today, there's about 4. And as our economy's grown and gotten more sophisticated, scale becomes somewhat important. And I think scale ends up driving, for good or for bad, the nature of what businesses do, how they hire, how many they can hire. And so it's really, I think, kind of a big challenge going forward, is to understand what that consolidation does to things like prices and competition as you move through the system.
I do want to talk about this again, understanding that it's an open period for rulemaking, but the Fed board is considering a rule on capital. And we briefly discussed this, that there's a lot of individuals in this audience who are concerned from an agricultural perspective that there is consolidation in our broker services, the FCMs. A lot of that is driven by different dynamics, just organic consolidation because of a changing economy over the past 20 years. I said in my remarks, we've seen a huge reduction in these FCMs, these brokers, over 20 years. And I think it might be helpful just to share some thoughts on your perspective, if at all, about how the Fed might be thinking about this. I've shared with your colleagues that, intended, unintended consequences can have, very dramatic impacts. And I think a lot of folks are just worried that this capital rule will disincentivize clearing, continue this trend of a reduction of clearing brokers, and ultimately impact their ability to use futures markets.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting conversation. So capital, obviously, from the Federal Reserve standpoint, is something that we have to understand how it's being used in the system at large. And here again, as you go up the food chain, mentioning the whole idea of consolidation, everybody's going to try to figure out what the cost of credit and the cost of capital is, and they're going to try to figure out, is there any money, is there any margin in the things that we do on behalf of the capital we deploy? I'm not convinced that higher capital ratios in let's say $100 billion and more banks is going to create a measured disruption in some of the services that commodity services and hedging services at large. I think that's been a bit of a natural consolidation. My guess is just because it's a commodity and it's a very thin margin business. So I think we've got to figure out, is there truth in the fact that if we ask banks to keep more capital on the larger end of the spectrum, is that truly driving the business out of those banks? I'm not convinced it is. I think it's probably more a measure of, is there any margin to the risk that is taken by banks to supply that service?
Sure. And those are the conversations that need to have, because it could go in a lot of different directions. There's a question, a little bit of a fun one, but you've been in the role about a year. What surprised you the most about being the president of the Kansas City Fed?
So I'm a bit of a hybrid when it comes to Fed presidents. So there's 12 presidents. I think most of the presidents today would come up from a pure academic place. I mean, I've got Joe Gruber here, our chief economist. We've got a team of 50 economists at our Fed in Kansas City that really helped me understand and drive the whole monetary policy thing. Our board in Kansas City was looking for a little bit different leader. I think we've got a very large region, 500,000 square miles. We've got the largest inventory of community banks in the country, and I think they wanted a leader that really could focus on what's going on in the 10th district, and then we could deliver our advice and our recommendations on monetary policy to DC at the FOMC table. So the thing that surprised me the most is how very active of a business this is. And I think the reason it's so active at the Fed is because of how it's structured. And I think I have a larger appreciation for the fact that The federated model has two elements. It has a board of governors in Washington, and it has 12 reserve banks. And those reserve banks serve a defined area. And so our connection and our network and relationships that we have in all 7 states in the 10th district really drive a lot of our activities. They're the users of our payment services. They're the users of our discount window. They're the banks that we supervise. So the connectivity and just the sheer number of relationships throughout that 7-state territory is something that keeps us very busy. Now, for me, I'm all about relationships. I'm a banker by trade, not an academic. And so it comes kind of natural for me to make connections with all of you and then with the people that need to be served in the 10th district. So it's just very busy when it comes to relationship development because you come into the role and you got to do a lot of it really fast.
Yeah. I mean, with such a big district geographically, and we mentioned this, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Colorado, Wyoming, and New Mexico. I mean, in that district itself, you're going to have such a potentially big delta between different types of economy, productivity levels, labor levels. How do you manage a district? You're a single voice that goes to Washington to talk to the board. You're not on the FOMC this year. I think you're going to be on next year.
I'm on the FOMC, but I'm not a voting member.
You're not a voting member until 2025.
They rotate all the banks except for New York.
Yeah. How do you manage that district in itself, given the sort of, again, the geographical size, but also the divergence of the local economies?
Yeah. So it's a kind of a divide and conquer a little bit. We've got banks in Omaha, Denver, and Oklahoma City, along with Kansas City. So we've got execs and we've got teams in those markets. So they're very active trying to, we do a lot of research. We're delivering information about what's going on in the Oklahoma, the Kansas economy. And by the way, I would really encourage you to, if you're not using our website, you should. There's a ton of economic and research data on the Fed website, not just in the 10th district, but you can even look at a lot of national data. But they're the dispensers of the information. And then for me, we've got these advisory councils that focus on economic development. They might focus on payments, and then we'll bring those folks together. Those inform me about how I advise the FOMC about what's happening because we're in the part of the heartland. I mean, this is true Main Street America, and so I feel really good that the folks around the country want to know what's happening in the Midwest in these markets because we do have a very diverse set of markets.
Yeah, we sure do.
Yeah.
So you yesterday you have an advisory council. We have advisory committees. Yesterday, before we actually kicked off the formal conference, we had a committee meeting, and we had the benefit of having a Fed examiner, FDIC examiner, and someone from Farm Credit. And one of the big issues was, obviously, as we've discussed today, interest rates. We have a lot of legacy commitments, mortgages, student loans, farm equipment. As a former bank examiner many moons ago, I think one of the conversations and concerns was, how do we deal with resetting rates over the next probably decade or more, right? And there's gonna be a duration risk to it because it could happen as soon as 6 months. It could happen 6 years or 10 years based on credit quality, based on the actual term of the commitment expiring. What would your bank examiner self say to a beneficiary of a loan, or what would your current self say? How do you deal with that future risk of that resetting happening and being, I use this phrase, a massive sticker shock?
Yeah, so here again, we've got this dual mandate, right? A 2% inflation rate. I would argue that fighting that inflation number is really important. And as I mentioned about what my first mortgage rate was in the 80s, I've been tattooed with that experience that if you don't fight that hard, it can get to be an expectation and it ends up getting a bit runaway.
Yeah.
So for me, I've been really impressed at how resilient the economy's been with a 500 basis point increase in rates. The banks have seemed to adapt to it. A lot of businesses have adapted to it. And I would argue a little bit that nothing really good happens at zero. If you're in a zero rate environment, chances are things aren't that good. And we've had literally 3 major shocks in the last 20 years. We had 9/11, we had the 08 shock, and we had the COVID shock. If you look back into the 1990s, it was really a wave of rates. So in the 90s, you had really a pretty good economy for a decade, and you would bounce between kind of a 2% and a 6% wave. And I think that's probably healthier. It's more predictable. But at the end of the day, what you've got to do is you've got to run your organization as a bit of a straight line through lots of economic shocking. So I think, look, we've got to get this inflation thing right, and we need to let this policy work its way through the system like it is. And maybe there's just a little bit too much chatter about where rates should go at this point. And I think I'm just impressed of how well you've done through a 500 basis point rise.
So let's talk about that quickly. We don't have too much time left, but you mentioned in your remarks the ag economy is strong. Farm prices, farm income has come down a bit, but as a relative to pre-pandemic, still quite healthy. Land values are at record levels. They continue to be, and that is a basis for collateral for lending for sure. Credit quality is still good. Delinquency rates are low. This kind of goes to the previous question, but what you said, changing macro environment, immigration issues, uncertainty geopolitically. I mean, there's a lot of things that folks in this room are dealing with right now. There's a sense of comfort given all of what I just said and you remarked as well, but the horizon is a little gray. Yeah. And I think from your shoes, how do we think about the next couple of years and even 10 years out the curve? Given that some of these things may not remain consistent, given a number of externalities.
Oh boy, that's a lot. So far, I think we've been all rather impressed with how the economy has sustained itself since this rise in rates. Couple things that are happening. I think the initial surge in inflation was probably a supply chain disruption. We got this big spike in 22. We've seemed to have settled in a trend that kind of is trending toward kind of 3, maybe sub 3. But now we're at a bumpy stage now. So if you look out, I think there's reason to believe that this rate environment is going to stay higher for longer. And then we're going to continue. There is nothing but strength in the whole idea that we're going to push this inflation rate down, because I think, to your point about longer term, that's what eats into earnings, it eats into wealth, and we just have to get this inflation thing right. But we also don't want to unnecessarily have a big spike in unemployment. We want, it's a dual mandate, so it's this balancing process between now and then that we got to get right.
There was a question that popped about soft landing and no landing, and I think it's tricky, but these terms of art come out in the vernacular, and I don't know what they mean or what they don't mean. But you're right. Fighting inflation, fighting deflationary issues. I mean, they're all massive risks, and you have to figure out and try to strike the right balance so that you have.
Yeah, Joe and I talk a lot about, is it a landing or is it a glide? I don't landing to me is a static thing, to me you almost start thinking about zero at being, that's not where I think we need to go. I think we need to just kind of run this economy at full employment and a 2% or sub 2% inflation rate, and it should wave and glide. I don't know if it necessarily lands.
Last question, and many of you probably know this, but Kansas City Fed is the host of the Jackson Hole Symposium, which has become, over the past, I think, 40 years or so, a global event that attracts nearly all of the major central bankers from across the globe. That's a big responsibility. And perhaps we're going to make this the sort of ultimate ag conference globally that we attract folks across the globe. But any comments on that event, the responsibility you have, and what it means for you as the Kansas City Fed president and staff of the Kansas City Fed to invite, literally folks from across the globe who are policymakers, regulators, major corporate heads, whatnot, to talk about global policy at a beautiful place in your district.
Yeah, I think we're 47th year this year. Joe Gruber, who's here, really has been running it for years. I feel a little bit like Willy Wonka. It is a golden ticket for economists and central bankers around the world. But it's an amazing collaboration. It was probably the most daunting thing I had when I took this job. My first day was August 21st, and they asked me to help host the 24th of August. So 3 days later, I think my first dinner was with Jay Powell and his wife, and then the next lunch was with Christine Lagarde, who's Jay Powell's counterpart in Europe. And it was daunting, but once you get there, it's got this very fascinating secret sauce of environment, conversation. People will bring their families, and it's really a high value conversation about the global economy. I mean, we have $100 trillion global economy. The U.S. is 30 trillion of that 100 trillion. It's the most special place, as we all know, in the world. And we have an amazing central bank, in my opinion, that actually helps keep that train running and growing. And so it's an amazing experience, and the team pulls it off, and it's we're looking forward to it here this next August.
That's great, and hopefully we're going to continue this, and try to the themes you mentioned. We want to bring people together, have discussions, collaborate, support the economy, in this case, the ag economy, and give people an opportunity to hear your words and other thoughts that you can share. And know, above all else, that we're in good hands here in the 10th District. So we appreciate your service.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming and joining us and sharing some remarks and answering some questions. And with that, I'm going to ask everyone to join me in thanking President Jeff Schmidt from the KC Fed.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, President Schmidt. So I'm going to welcome up to the platform here our last panel, and we're going to let the livestock experts speak, and the kind of get things going here. I'm just going to hand it over to you, Ted. Ted Schroeder is our moderator for this. You wonder what we do with ex-co-hosts of AgCon. We make them moderate. So we'll turn it over to you. And by the way, Chuck, you have oversight of Jackson Hole, right? That's part of the district here? So we could have the next AgCon in Jackson Hole. Is that what you were suggesting, Chairman?
Justice Thornley.
I want to make sure people can see it.
All right, good afternoon, and nothing like a Friday afternoon uplift to talk about livestock, right? That's where the action is. Everybody stayed here in the room after lunch. Now you're going to get the opportunity to talk about some things going on in the livestock sector. We're probably going to, just by definition, because of the cats at this table here, spend a little more time on cattle than anything else, but certainly hogs are part of our conversation, and obviously everything in this industry is interrelated. I want to first, Fred, Justin, Raul, and Billy's already got another call, and Dawn, and we'll try to get these folks. This is a spectrum of folks that represent, I think, really pivotal points in this industry right now, and they'll provide their perspective. I don't need to tell their story, but one thing that's just quite apparent to me is as we look at where we are at right now in this industry, and I'm talking especially the beef sector, near record price levels put our industry at an incredibly high value at risk perspective from everywhere in the sector. The dollars at play are the largest they've been in my nearly 35, 40-year career now today. And what that tells me is that immediately the banker and those folks are now integral partners. Very fitting that we're following the KC Fed President Schmidt's comments, because it tees us up perfectly for what this industry is in the middle of right now. And it also tells me that risk management tools, and especially around price risk management, revenue risk management, is the highest front and center of any kind of thing that anyone playing with that kind of capital at risk has to be making sure it's working, functioning, and creating the need, solving the risk management problems, and addressing them as well as it can. So that's enough from me. These folks are in many ways living various aspects of this segment. They're going to share much more depth and detail than I can. Fred has been undergoing at the CME Group a review of the live cattle contract. I want him to share some of what he's learned and learning from that and what it means for that contract. Fred, and if anything on lean hogs or feeder cattle also you want to comment on and tell us where we're going, certainly as the platform for where these risk instruments exist, Fred's the man. He knows more about these markets than I think most of the rest of us combined, because he's there every day working with them, and helping make sure they're workable, efficient, and effective for what they're designed to do. So Fred, hear your thoughts.
All right. Thank you very much. I was expecting maybe 4 people would be left over, so it's nice to have a few people in the audience for certain. So, a lot of our benchmark contracts are old. Live cattle futures launched in November 1964, and that's right, we are coming up on the 60th birthday of live cattle futures later this year. And one of the things about, those contracts is underlying them, and Tom Coyle talked a little bit about this morning, our futures contracts, underlying them are these cash markets, and those cash markets are always evolving and changing. And one of my responsibilities at the exchange is to assure that the futures contracts evolve and change with those cash markets. I came from the grain and oilseed side. Corn, wheat, and oats all launched in 1877. I have a 1947 rule book, so it's fun for an economist anyhow to go back and look at some of the old specifications and notice how they've changed through time. So that's what we do, and we are currently in the midst of a live cattle review, and that's how we try to maintain the relevance of our futures contracts. And what we do is we create a focus group of 15 to 20 individuals. And it's very highly commercial. I mean, there is nobody at the exchange that trades cash commodity cattle. So we rely on experts like these for us to conduct our reviews. I may have stepped in some manure at one time, but that's as close as I've been to it. So we have these individual meetings with the 15 or 20. The team, Mackenzie and Ann and I, will speak to anyone, but we try to keep the focus group 15 to 20, and we'll have individual calls with all of them that are not for attribution, so they can be completely honest with us, and they usually are, brutally so. And what we try to do is synthesize what we heard in the individual meetings. And then we bring everyone together as a group. And we did that at NCBA this past year and talk about what we thought we heard in the individual calls. And again, not for any attribution to any particular individual. And just to let everyone know that 15 people do not drive contract rule changes. After we've had the group meeting, we get together again. What did we hear from the group setting, which is always a different dynamic? How did that differ from what we thought we heard? And then we'll go back. Right now, we're in the process of revisiting with some state associations, some academics. But ultimately, we're going to be coming to market with a survey where everyone will have a chance to voice their opinion on things that we think we've heard. And again, none of these things are in stone at this point, but what I would expect based on the feedback that we have gotten so far from our focus group, one of the things would be that I expect the topic to be on the survey is quality grade. We're a 70% choice, 30% select contract, and that's probably still accurate if you just look at choice and select. But there's a lot of people that say, the quality of the cattle that are being produced in the U.S. have increased so much. Prime used to be just a little sliver. It's a significant proportion of what we're producing. So there are some in our focus group that say, maybe that should be represented in the choice percentage. So I think we'll be asking a question on it. And, I had mentioned that we launched in 1964. I take little detours, I apologize. But have any of you ever seen the picture of the day that live cattle launched? They brought a steer onto the trading floor. And in 1964, a steer, have you ever seen these like miniature horses? I swear, those old pictures, I luckily was not around in 1964 for the launch. I've been around a long time, but not for that. It looks like a little miniature steer. That's how it's changed so much what we're producing.
How
was
much did that steer bring? Do you remember? I remember seeing it on. Do you remember how much it brought?
Yeah.
5 cents.
Wow. So, we're talking about, a very evolving industry. So quality grade is always, up there in our discussions. Weights, especially for heifers, came up quite a lot. So I'm sure we'll have that as a discussion point. Dynamic specifications. There is a tranche of folks that love those, and there's a tranche that really despise those. As an economist who loves efficiency more than anything, I love some of the mechanisms that we've implemented in our contracts that allow the contracts to change on their own based on historic data, kind of does a lot of the work for us. And that works if it's a very transparent kind of mechanism that you can follow. That was one of the things we talked about with respect to quality in live cattle, but there are those that say, yeah, but you would be discovering a quality deliverable grade at the same time a different grade would be deliverable. Would that be confusing? It's very interesting to ponder, and that's something that we're thinking a lot about, and I expect we'll survey the market for that. Other thing, October discount in the Iowa-Minnesota district. Very, again, differing opinions on that, but there's a $1.50 discount for that region for October deliveries. And, the last few years of data doesn't support that discount any longer. So the question is that changed permanently? In which case the discount needs to be addressed, or is it just the place we are in the cattle cycle and it's going to come back? And one of the worst things for an exchange is to make a contract rule change because you think something fundamentally has changed and you end up being wrong, and then have to go back and rechange it. So we really like to be data-driven on those kinds of things. The final thing I think we'll ask about, and something that we've been working with the industry for a while, don't think it's imminent in any way, but we kind of at least like the idea of continuing to explore the potential possibility for feedlot delivery. And I think we'll ask a question about that. So that's where we are with live cattle review. We hope to have the survey out in May or June. Hope to know kind of what direction we're going by the end of summer. And we are planning a feeder cattle review this fall. So that's kind of where we are exchange-wise.
Very good. Appreciate the summary of the ongoing stuff. Look forward to the survey. Is that going to be a mail-out type survey? Is it going to be posted? How's the distribution going to be?
Yeah. Anyone that's involved in our markets, you should sign up for what we call SER, Special Executive Reports. That's like exchange notices. And we will always put, notification that, hey, a survey is out. And we'll try to, spread it wide to all of our contacts. We'll include some of the associations. Hey, in some of your mailers, can you get your members to also, consider participating? Because we do like to have a very wide audience for our surveys.
Very good. So stakeholder opportunity, and you need that information to help make the contract relevant to the cash market, like you say.
Exactly.
So, very good. Appreciate that update. I'd like to hear from our regulatory on this contract before we move to the users. So Raul, can you share a little bit of what you're doing in that space, what you're sensing, seeing? Just tell us a little about CFTC's perspective on these contracts and their roles. And we can slide up this first slide so you can hopefully, not sure.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the slide, but I'll just start off by saying that, I want to start off by a disclaimer that anything that I'm discussing here are my views, not the views of the chairman or the CFTC or any of the commissioners. But that's a disclaimer. So, we look at the markets on a daily basis. We look at what's happening day after day, every day. But every once in a while, we also like to just step back and say, okay, what happened over the last some number of years? What's going on in the last 10 years, for example? If you can get the slides working, we've got some slides that show what happened in the last 10 years, over the last 10 years in the markets. So I'll bring that perspective. The other role that we also do in our shop is we work very closely with the exchanges on what are the new products, what are the product amendments that are coming through. So for example, we are in conversation with Fred, hey, on a somewhat regular basis on what's going on in the markets, what feedback they're getting from CME, from the market participants, et cetera. And that's a big part for us to make sure that we are in touch with them and that they are fully they're doing all the right things. And we talk to them about what impact it has on their contract relative to the core principles, kind of along the lines what Chris Goodman was talking about a panel earlier this morning. So on the slide before this thing, before I go into any of the details, I wanted to make a little pitch about our new price reporting, public reporting environment for the commitments of traders reporting. It's there on the PowerPoint. Please, if you haven't already, go take a look at it. It's very easy to use and download the data and do all kinds of analysis. In fact, all of this slide information, almost all of these things come from those sources. Very easy to use. Make a strong pitch for it. George mentioned it this morning. So, if all of us know what's been going on in the prices, if you look at the last 10 years, back in 2014, we had a big run up, then prices came down, kind of stabilized, hit a low at the beginning of the pandemic, and since then prices have been going up, and they're now at near all-time highs. The numbers that I have are for for live cattle. Very similar for feeders. Hogs, we've had previous highs that were much higher. But at least on the cattle side, we are nearly at all-time highs. Doesn't come as any surprise to anyone. Now, incumbent upon on the market when we have such a big rise and still we're in the middle of a cycle, there's volatility in the market. So obviously that raises a lot of questions. We had a lot of discussion around, throughout the yesterday and today around how are people hedging the risks. Well, one of the things that we look at is, for example, what is going on in the open interest. It's a very simple, crude measure, but it's very informative, very easy to get to, very easy to understand what's going on. And when we look at over the last 10 years, futures only, live cattle, we see that the open interest has been relatively stable. So we've not seen like big trends come up and down. The market has been relatively stable and the risk management function has been working very well, reasonably well. Again, with the caveats that Fred provided that, things have changed in the marketplace on the cash side. So some things may be off a little bit. There may be some basis risks, may not be perfect conversions, but overall the market is working very well. Then as we were getting together to do a prep call for this panel, one of the issues came up about was what's going on with the commercials. And what's going on with the commercials in the market on the open interest side. So I've got a couple of slides that we're showing over here. So the first slide shows commercial interest as a percentage of open interest. And by the way, all of this is from a public reporting environment. You can download it, do the analysis yourself. The green portion on the top are commercials on the long side, and the pink portion on the bottom is commercials on the short side as a percentage of the market. Well, a couple of observations. First of all, remarkably stable. So through all of this up and down in prices, the commercials have been there in the market in decent numbers on both sides, about 52-ish% on the short side and about 37% on the long side. So there was some concern that maybe there are not enough commercials on the long side. Well, there are. They're about more than a third of the market. And these numbers, these percentages haven't changed. So to the extent the open interest has gone up and down, what does this tell us? That, okay, there's no structural trend going on in terms of how the commercials view and use the market. So they find the market as useful today as they did 10 years ago. And that's sort of a comforting feeling that the market is serving the needs of the commercials. Now, to be honest, when you look at the second chart, it's exactly the same thing, but it comes from a slightly different data source, which is about 11, 12 years old. It's called the disaggregated commitments of traders, where we further break down the commercials and non-commercials into different categories. So the two categories that comprise the commercials are producer merchants users, we all know who they are, and swap dealers. Swap dealers are considered commercials. So what we see is that on the short side, it's pretty much the producer merchants users who are in the market. Tiny, tiny sliver is swap dealers. On the long side, it's a different story. So I remember I told you about 37% of the open interest was commercial. About 12 of that, roughly speaking, is producer merchant users, and 25% are swap dealers. So roughly for every position that the producer merchants hold, the swap dealers hold twice as many positions on the long side of the market. Not fully clear what this means, but maybe there's some input that we can get. One way of thinking about it is that the long commercial interest is being expressed in the market through swap dealers rather than directly to a greater extent. That's an interesting area for us to help understand how are the long commercials actually getting into the market. What is the business behind the long swap dealers? Now, again, this question came up earlier in the panel where George was on what about the reinsurance companies? Mind you, this is futures only, does not include options. If I include options, the picture for live cattle looks very, very similar. So just a side note on how do we classify somebody as a swap dealer or as a producer merchant user? Well, the truth is we don't, they do. So when we get the data, they tell us what they are, and in very rare circumstances, we will go and make changes when we see an obvious error, but otherwise we take it as the data is provided by the users of a market as to what category they fall in. So that's just something to keep in mind, that when you look at this data and you interpret this data, that's where the data, underlying data comes from. But again, my takeaway from this whole thing is that relatively speaking, the markets and the market structures have been stable for over at least the last 10 years. The commercials' view of the markets and the utility, I'm assuming, therefore, of the market has been relatively stable. No big trends, no big market failures are emerging from here. We would expect to see like big changes in open interest if the market was not serving the needs. So I'll stop with that perspective at this point.
Very good. I mean, we're hearing we always need to ongoingly review the contract, right? Make it continue to be relevant for a very, very dynamic industry. You identified some key things there at play from a regulatory standpoint, at least from where the mixture of who's playing and who's in this market and what it's serving. Nothing too alarming yet.
Exactly. And of course, understanding that, so maybe, combining what Fred said and I said, the contract is working, the market is working, it needs a little tweaking here and there. And that's what will be uncovered through this process, and we'll be talking to Fred as well. All of you, many of you will be talking to Fred as well. So that's how I think of the market is nothing fundamentally broken, improvements to be made on a well-functioning market.
Very good.
That's our perspective.
Nice to be comfortable with the market as it's functioning, at least at the current stage. Let's hear what the users think. So Billy, I want to start with you. Five Rivers, obviously, this contract and the market in general, integral to your livelihood. Help enlighten us on what you're seeing, sensing, and what thoughts and concerns you have.
Mic's working, I guess. Right. Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. I guess first, thank you, Dr. Schroeder. Thank you, Kansas State, other sponsors for CFTC for having us here today. It's an honor and a privilege. First AgCon I've been to. So let me, I guess, begin kind of two different ways I'm going to approach this. Number one, just very quick, very down and dirty synopsis of the market as we've seen the last few years kind of coming out of COVID to where we're at today. And then more specifically to the contract review as Fred has mentioned. So, and again, the CME folks, McKenna and Fred, because I may come across as the adversary. Fred's pointed out some very valid issues, concerns we've worked through. I'm on one side of the argument. Fred will probably make arguments to the other side. I get it, but it's been very good dialogue. In essence, coming out of COVID, really, market is seeing drought, increasing supply, and yet I think most of us on this panel would say, or all of us, that demand has held up quite well through that situation, through more numbers on feed, more numbers that have gone through the packing plants. So the first slide I'm going to show to you today, and I'm going to speak more specifically now to the contract review. Some of this will be data that pertains to the market, a lot of it bringing it back to the contract and the functionality of the contract. So one thing, and this is this first set of charts is FSIS data. I'm going to include some internal Five Rivers data overlaid on top of it, but we often do hear how carcass weights are continuing to increase. And there's validity to that. I wouldn't argue. You get to, essentially out of 15, the last time we really had back cattle up, weights really kind of caught, steer and heifer combined kind of caught, trended a little bit lower. You have some high grain market years there as well, placing lighter cattle into feed yards. So we didn't really finish them to the end weights that we had in years prior, right? Come back out of it. We've had cheaper grain costs. We've had some carry incentive in the market to hold cattle longer, to get them to heavier weights, right? So really the question to me is, are we really continuing to see that linear trend, or is it a trend increasing at a decreasing rate, if you will, right? So what I've done really is just capture the FSIS. It's the population of slaughter weights that would go through plants that APHIS would capture, right? And on top of that, just to keep it simple, I've taken our Five Rivers weight distribution and overlaid that on top of where population weights are. So the red line is FSIS data, and I have brought that back to, again, a Five Rivers distribution of yield, right? It's a carcass weight, so we need to bring it back to live weight. That's how the contract is written, is in a live weight that we deliver on. If you look at the steers, the dash line is 1,500 pounds, so that's the very first tier of discounts that we get for male cattle for the steers. And for the most part, you got to keep in mind that, think of it as a distribution that's following that red line. Okay, so we're capturing most of the steers without a discount along that dash line. There will be a portion of the steers that are, according to the contract, are undeliverable, unmerchantable when they get to that black line. But it's a small portion. Now, if you go over to the slide that I have on heifers, same methodology. You have the average, but then you got to envision a distribution, a normal distribution that goes either side of that red line. And we'll get into periods of time when it's not just a discount that those heifers will have; they're essentially unmerchantable. Okay, so that's one of the challenges that we're trying to work through with the contract and the contract review. My next slide, this goes to the comment Fred had earlier where we were talking about contract specs and quality grade. No argument. I think the industry has done a phenomenal job of putting good quality cattle into the industry, to the end user, to the consumer. If you look at the top right-hand chart first, right? Similar story in grading. We've seen it trend higher. We've gotten to a point now where it's flattening out, okay? And we get to these periods of time where, just like in weights, grade goes really high, then it goes really low. It goes high, then it goes low, okay? And so our concern is that, I get the desire and the need to want to incent along or the commercial to be more involved. I understand it. I get it. But I'm not convinced that, changing the quality grade spec, trying to maybe get better value out of the contract, saying the cattle are higher quality. I'm not going to argue they are, but it all comes down to basis, all right? We can eliminate a good portion of the price risk, a big portion of that, but we don't totally eliminate the basis risk. So my concern in trying to manage basis, that difference between the cash price and the futures price, is we go to too many variable specs, too many changes in the contract, things that maybe somebody that doesn't use the contract day in, day out, or as religiously as we would, maybe isn't going to understand. Anybody, and we feed corn, we feed a little bit of wheat, and I'm not the best grain trader in the world, but I still do not understand the VSR. It's not an apples to apples comparison, I get it, but I still struggle to figure out what the heck it is.
I'll sit you down and give you the primer
Fred.
someday.
You'll have to do it 3 or 4 times because you're not the first that's had to do it for me.
I'll join that conversation, by the way.
And just as another piece of this too, Dr. Schroeder, you'd probably slap me upside the head. Correlation is not causation, but just be aware in this discussion of uncertainty and moving the contract specs around. I was surprised too. I learned years ago, one of the things that was said, follow a choice select spread, it'll be a good indication of fed cattle prices. I'm not trying to blame cattle facts. I learned that at cattle facts at one time, but anyway, it doesn't necessarily correlate either. It's a big part of how we value cattle, but it's not a major driver. You can see that we've got periods where it does correlate, periods where it doesn't. Next slide. Dr. Schroeder. Beef on dairy. We'll probably hear a fair amount of discussion on that on the panel. What I'm trying to capture here is you can tear apart how we estimate the number of Holsteins on feed. Fairly simple methodology. For the past few years, we've had 9.3 Don, right, to 9.5 million dairy cows. Half of them are probably going to be female. I'm not really accounting for sex semen. I suppose you could. Would probably just put more on feed, I would assume, or a few less. But probably not significantly enough. But the point is, when you look at 4 million dairy cow or dairy influenced cattle on feed, it's still a very small percentage of the overall total number of cattle that are on feed. There was some discussion in our contract review. Do we need to account for Holsteins? Do we need to apply a discount because they're a part of the mix? I won't disagree, wouldn't argue, but I guess my point is that I'm not sure we're at a situation where it's overwhelming the system, if you will. Which brings me to another. I don't know if I want to say issue, but it's something that's kind of come up within the cattle industry. We're drinking less milk as a nation. Doesn't mean we're producing less milk. Instead, we've gone to more factory use in milk, more cheese consumption, less milk consumption. I don't really want to get off in the weeds as to why we're not. Maybe some of it is soy milk. I'm not really sure, but we're drinking less milk. I'm not a dairy breed expert, but in the conversations we've had, if you're going away from drinking fluid milk, you're going away from Holsteins, and are going more into jerseys now. So that presents another challenge with, trying to figure out how we're going to value and evaluate putting Holsteins into the contract, because what was a dairy fed or a dairy bred animal in years past, i.e. a Holstein, it's not the same animal today. And in all honesty, we feed a fair amount of cattle. We've not had a whole lot of experience with the Jersey and Jersey crosses, so bluntly, I'm not sure what the future will hold for this newer breed that we're seeing more and more often in the feed yards. And last slide, nothing like following up the Fed president of Kansas City with some slides on interest rates and labor costs. But needless to say, it's an environment we as producers are all in. Interest rates have gone higher. As a business, as an industry, we've always tried to make $20 to maybe $50 a head. Higher rates take a lot of that out. And it's not just higher interest rates, it's higher costs overall. I think Mr. Schmidt had brought that up too. Labor costs have gone higher. You can see on the chart I put out here, fuel has came down after 2018, got very reasonable, has gone back up. We're getting back to at least, more reasonable prices, but regardless overall, from where we were prior to going into the pandemic, costs are a heck of a lot higher. So we need to think about that in terms of limit moves. How does this come back to the contract review? A limit move now is worth roughly $90 a head. Expand the limit from there, it's worth $130 a head. And in an industry where we're still trying to make $20 to $50 a head, that can become a challenge. We've had to adjust our business. We've had to make changes to what we do. So with that, I appreciate the time.
Very good. Great summary from a user who's obviously data-driven, analytically driven, and showing us, contract-wise, what specs do to the ability to use the contract for certain types and the changing factors that are happening there. So thank you, Billy. Very good. Another user, a guy down in the markets, running the markets, another institution as well as U.S. Cattlemen. Turn it over to you, Justin, and welcome your thoughts and comments on what you're seeing.
Appreciate that. My auction's going on right now, so price discovery is something very true to what I believe in. Some of the comments I'm going to make are going to be very different from what you've heard up here, and just to understand the difference in perspective. I'm dealing with producers on a daily basis and running an auction and doing those kinds of things. So we hear different perspectives on the market, and that's what I'm going to try to bring to the discussion. I think one of the important things when we talk about robust and transparent markets is competition. And I think that's something that gets lost in our chain very often. When we talk about an auction that I just played for you, who do you think would be the very and most important bidder in that auction? And most of the time when I ask that question, somebody will say the last bidder. It's absolutely not. The second to the last bidder is the most important bidder because he drove that price to where we finally ended. So competition in the cattle market especially, and that's what I'm going to speak to because that's what I live, is paramount from top to bottom. When we talk about feeder calves, when we talk about grow yards, when we talk about all the way to the top, and even when we get to selling fat cattle. And I think competition is one of the things that we've lost, and it's one of the things that I think we really need to work to bring back to our markets. So as I talk about a few more things in it, when we talk about the cash market, and there's some USDA people in here, so forgive me already, but I'm going to say the word confidentiality, and it's like a swear word to me because I get so tired of hearing it every time I go down to USDA that we can't do that because of confidentiality. Well, I think that's something that we have to address. When we look at the cattle contract library that they tried to make, and we don't address confidentiality with only 4 major players in the market, and most of the time only 1 or 2 playing in any different region, we should throw out confidentiality if they have that large a market share. That's just something that we feel in the marketplace, for the smaller guy especially, that we should get to see what those players are exactly doing and what they're extracting from the market. So again, apologize to the USDA friends of mine in here that confidentiality, because they hear it from me every time we go out there. I think when we talk about the futures and on the granular level where I am, I appreciate the CME and the conversations that we're able to have with them. And I'm going to be like Billy. I'm going to have some disagreements on how some of these things work. The live cattle contract doesn't function like we sell live cattle today, in my estimation, from the ground level. One, a 40,000 pound contract, we don't sell 40,000 pounds. We sell load lots of cattle. I agree wholeheartedly with the size and the changes that happen, and especially in heifers. I think in his slide, Billy's slide, really attests to that. I think almost all the rules that we've seen changed in the CME have been for the short position. Anything that's happened in the last 10, 15 years, expanded limits, those kind of things to make sure they can get out, have been for the guys going short. And I think some of the conversations that we've had, and again, I appreciate those, I think we need to incentivize the longs in this market more. Because if we don't have those in there, there's not a natural long in the market. Everybody in the producer side is on the short, on the natural position. Everybody's going to be shorting the market. You have to be a speculator or it was called a Texas hedge. That's something that was said to me many times if you were on the long side. So, the possibility of a long being able to demand delivery, I'll give today for a very good example of that. We're in the middle of April, a contract month. I know that we sold some cattle in the middle 180s. I know that we sold live cattle in Yankton, 188, 189, and we have a contract that's sitting at 179 something. It might have closed lower than that because we were down some. I know there's variations in the market and that can happen, but I think this is a very good example time of why we need to incentivize the longs, because who's going to step in there at this point in time to do that if we don't incentivize a long? And they can just beat that market down because all the natural positions are on the short side. And I think that's one of the things that, again, take it from a perspective of a guy that's sorting cattle. If I wasn't here, I'd be sorting cattle to sale barn. But I think we need to work on that really hard, because this is a time in the market where we should be, as producers, having the biggest advantage over the packers. And that's the only nice way I can say that. When the numbers are the other way, they're going to take advantage of their position on us. And right now, we should have position, and we're not seeing it. And to me, that's a problem with the function of the market. Now, do I agree with Raul and Fred that it works? Yes. But does it work in the same way that we see it on the ground? I don't think so. And so I think there's ways we can work on those and make changes. And again, appreciate the time here. Appreciate the chairman for inviting us, and welcome any discussion after it. I'm sure I've stirred the pot enough. So
very good. I mean, your point, it all resonates to me around price discovery in many ways. I mean, that's a simplified statement of some very complex structural things you described here, but it's the environment we're in, right? And you're saying, it's part of this information, part of it's who's playing when and where, right? And something near and dear to all of us is back to Fred's point about you got to have a viable cash commodity that also matches with that futures contract, and you got to have both working and functioning well. So very good points. Appreciate that. By the way, I'm going to come back to you, Fred, for post response to all of this in just a moment, so be thinking. But I want to hear from Don first. Don's been in this segment longer than most of us have been around, and I don't mean that in disrespect. I mean it in total, full respect for the experience you bring to the table. So Don, the floor is yours.
Ted, I was thinking back the last time that I was with you in front of a group of students and you introduced me as an old sage. I had to get off the call and look that up, see what you were calling me. When I think about the last 5-year cycle of the contract, I actually think it's worked quite well. If I look at it in the context of years past, in this recent period, we haven't had any massive deliveries or imbalance in the market anywhere. Convergence is never a pleasant experience for anybody with expiration of a contract. And often lead to some tense times, but it's really worked out pretty well. You know, we haven't had those big disruptions. If I look at where we're at with the contract, I would clearly be an advocate on the side of the dynamic specs. Back when it was my job to work with the different associations and organizations, whenever we get into a live weight cap issue, now we're seeing more and more with the quality grade issue. We never face those until we're on the brink of some kind of calamity that if we could, and when we do, then you have to get all the participants in the marketplace to sign off on it. So I just think that if we would transition to the dynamic specs, it would enable the market a mechanism to constantly adjust. And I think about that, and the counter argument is, well, it makes that contract too complicated for the outsider. I'm just not there. I'm just not there. Is one thing too that, and I was recently I was up working in that Northwest Iowa, Southeast South Dakota. I was actively involved when the discount, the October discount on Worthing was put in place. I was in the middle of that argument at the time, and just seeing how those cattle are produced, the size of the cattle, I don't think it's time to take that discount off of Worthing. I still think there's enough risk and exposure there that could we get back into a scenario for that one location to cause issues, I believe that's true. The one thing that I will say is I look at the supplies of cattle we're going to be working with for certainly the next 2 years or 3. When I look at, I really don't have an overriding worry with price. I think price is in a phenomenal position. The thing that I do think that this audience needs to really be cognizant of is, while price isn't our big concern going forward, volatility, I think, is going to be unprecedented. And where I see that becoming a problem is if you take the 22, 23% erosion in market value that we saw in November and December of this year, if you take the recent weeks that we've been in, where we've had daily market action of $5 plus, I just think that's going to be the environment we're going to be living in for quite some time. And the point that I want to make with that is, as we work with producers in the general public and the market becomes that volatile, their first reaction is to blame the CME or to blame the futures market. And I think they're doing an excellent job. So I don't know that necessarily if we can do anything other than prepare or anticipate it, but I think the impact of volatility in that market for all of us is going to be a huge driver going forward.
Excellent.
Last point that I will make while I am not a banker, I do in fact work for bankers. The real challenge that we're having is just with input cost of where they're at, to keep the credit lines of customers as updated as possible, to keep those accordions funded, that as cattle feeders are pressed with just increased first cost, but it certainly, as Billy said, the volatility or exposure that can come from margin calls in this kind of environment, particularly when we get into an expanded limit environment, it is a massive, massive drain on that cash flow.
Very good. We have lost our participant because he had to run. One of my jobs is to get us back in time. We started late. I appreciate there's some questions here. I'm going to, as moderator, say, come and talk to these folks after this one to get everybody back on time. Thank you very much, participants, for sharing your candid thoughts. Appreciate your engagement. Grab these folks afterwards. And I don't really, I mean, it's up to you if you want us to go longer. Out of respect for keeping on time, it's up to you guys. You're in charge. You tell us what you want to do. 5 more minutes, okay. The chairman says 5 more minutes, so we will, since it's perfect. We appreciate the extra time because this is a group that I know has some more ideas to share, and we'll keep it brief. I did want Fred to have an opportunity to revisit, but Raul, I want to come back to you, and I'm going to come back to you as well. I want to come back to you, Raul, as the next follow-up from what you've just heard on where we're at with these contracts in the market and the environment. What does this make you think of and say, okay, these are the things that are on my radar that maybe weren't or maybe have elevated because of some of this dialogue?
So I'll start off with a comment, heard from a couple of people on either side, the users, that I'm going to disagree, there's going to be some adversarial. I think we welcome that. I think the community, the CME, we welcome the different views, because we know that there is not going to be, there are longs and shorts, there's specs and there's commercials, but there's going to be a variety of views that need to be heard. So that's not entirely a bad thing to have differing views, and we try to find the balance such that everybody is equally served, equally hurt, if you will, and that's the way we look at it. But I would also have a question for you, Don. You mentioned that we are looking at a period of volatility. So what role do the futures markets play or can play in helping the community, helping the industry manage that volatility? Or how do you manage the volatility?
I don't think we're going to be able to manage that volatility if you take the supply of cattle where they are and where they will be. If you take the interest rate environment that we're in, you could expand that out further and talk just the global volatility we're dealing with. There's just a lot of moving pieces and incredibly emotional issues in this current market. So in short of having a good answer for you, I think just having the awareness that this is the environment we're in, and when we start getting that negative pushback from producers, just explain to them, yes, I feel your pain, but it's not who you're blaming here.
I mean, I think certainly that calls for a very healthy dialogue between all the different interested parties so that there is free flow of information as to what's going on. And indeed, to Fred, and perhaps to us, if there is something that's not working in the contract the way it is, because as we go through the cycle, that would be a helpful thing for us to consider. Thank
Billy,
you.
I'm going to back you final after Justin, and then we'll be done. So Justin, you have some more thoughts to share.
Just a couple. I think when we talk about the limits and the moves, and Billy alluded to that, with the amount of money that you have to hold a position, when we can make moves of that size and expand, I think that can add to the volatility. I would argue it does. I know when we visited with the CMA before, and again, appreciate their dialogue, and I'm definitely not right all the time. Sometimes I think that we've created a little of that volatility by expanding the limits. The argument I've heard on the other side is that we need to let them get out of the market. If you hold them in a locked out position for a longer amount of time, I understand that too. But I think it's something when we're at these levels that we have to think about, because I think it can push some of those players out too, because it can move so far. And the margin calls, depending on how the player is, I know what my banker says upon occasion, that what are you doing? And those are direct coming out of your account. That can be tough. I think the other thing that, just to what Don said, when we think about a market being broken or not, and I'm not saying the market's necessarily broken, but I think now is the time when we're in good times to fix the things that need fixed. So when we move back into those periods of time when it's much more difficult, especially on the producer end, we have these fixes in place or things that we think might be better helps in those places. So I think sometimes we get somewhat complacent as the market functions or maybe is in a place that's better than we're used to having. But I think that's actually a time when we should work harder to fix the market to make sure it's good when we move down the line.
Well thought. Depends on what chair you're sitting in as to how happy you are right now. As you said, though, it's always a swinging pendulum in this industry. Billy, did you have something, Don?
Yeah, I do. I just, when we're talking the limits and we're talking the price levels we're working at and thinking that all of the old years to the $1.50 daily trading limit. But where I'm trying to go with this is when you look at a percentage change of the underlying value of the contract, a lot of these mega moves that we see day to day on a percentage basis really aren't any different than what we worked with 20 years ago. It just, the price levels we're working with is so doggone high.
$3 today's move doesn't mean as much as $1.50 when you're at
exactly
$80 cattle as it does when you're at where we're at. Billy, final thoughts, comments from what you've heard and what you've been experiencing.
You just some great people on this panel. Thanks today. And I think Don said it quite well. I think the contract has worked very well. There's some great people at CME that have been great and wonderful to work with. Raul, it's been great to meet you. For a lot of youngsters from Kansas State here I see. And I think, and I remember being younger and up and coming in the industry, and I'd hear these words like volatility, blah, blah, blah. What does all this mean? But if I could put it in its simplest terms, and it was on one of my slides about how we've had to adjust the way we do business without going off down a rabbit hole. Here's the best way that I can describe it. When we get into these big moves, as Don described, believe it or not, so I'm a hedger and I'm long the cash, so I need to be short the futures, right? So when we get these moves that are up and everything seems like it's hunky-dory, my world and what we have to do is actually more complicated because of the margin call and the cash management with the expanded limits that we have now, with the higher costs that we have for, thank goodness, corn and DDG is cheaper, but with the high interest rates, the high cost of operating, the high labor costs, it's cash management has become crucial. My world and the work that I have to do actually gets more complicated when I have to figure these cash issues out, if you will. So that's what a lot of the volatility issues are that we're talking about.
You gave us 5, we took 9. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Panel, thank you again. Let's show appreciation for these folks.
Well, we made it. Thanks to everyone. Ted, thanks for leading a great discussion. Thanks to everyone on that panel. And I do apologize for running late with the president, but that was a fun talk. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Quickly, a little bit of logistics. I was reminded by Chuck, there's a survey going out in the next week or two. Do us a favor, fill it out. It helps us get a sense of what we did right and wrong and how we can improve in the future. Special thanks to these two guys, Joe Parcell and Chuck Marvin. This doesn't happen without them, and Emily as well, Emily Garwood. As always, it's been a great partnership with K-State. Joe, we thank you. Chuck, you got to go back to your day job. I'm sorry. Shout out to the KC office. Hopefully spend more time with you on the next trip, but thanks for being here. K-State, all of you guys, thanks for being a part of this. Hopefully the students, you learned something or a lot of things, and we look forward to seeing you in these chairs in the years ahead. We try to bring people together. We try to have good discussions, things that matter. For me, and I know for the commission, it's great to be out here, to leave the office for a few days and to hear about how you're doing, but what you're up to and what we can do better. And I think bringing folks like President Schmidt, Ambassador McCaleb, Senator Marshall was a treat, obviously, and the commission to give you a little bit of a sense of different players who all have touching points to what we do in the ag space. Hearing from you, I think benefits them, whether it's Congress, the administration, the regulator, or obviously President Schmidt and the role that he plays in our national economy and the ag economy. So we will take away everything that we learned over the past 24 hours, 28 hours, and hopefully make things a bit brighter, a bit more certain in these difficult times.